Nandi. I'd like to call up Nandi now to demonstrate and celebrate African heritage as well as creativity. Thank you, Nandi. Floor is yours.
Hi, I'm gonna be singing Stand Up by Cynthia Erivo. And I'm not gonna have the music in the background, so I will have some pauses, but I will try my best. I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. What? Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, gonna start moving towards that separating line. I'm wading through muddy waters. You know I gotta make up mind. And I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation. And I'll fight with the strength that I got until I die. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. And I know what's around the bend might be hard to face 'cause I'm alone. And I just might fail, but Lord knows I try. Should stars fill up the sky? Stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones.
Thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Mm. We're going to
Thank you so
transition
much,
into the
Nandi. That
next
was a
segment of our program,
riveting
and I'm
performance.
delighted to invite onto
I
the
don't think
stage
Broadway is actually
Ebrima
ready for you.
Sal, who is the executive director We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance. I don't think Broadway is actually ready for you. Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance.
It's not functioning.
I don't think Broadway is
It
actually ready for you.
doesn't function.
Another delivery of work, welcome director. We're going to thank you so much, Nandi. That was a riveting performance.
It's not functioning. It's not functioning. It doesn't function. It's not functional. It's not functional. Evidence of the negotiating. It's not functional. It's not functional. In terms of data, evidence of the negotiating. It's not functional. It's not functional. In terms of data, evidence of the negotiating. It's not functional. Negotiating the engagement. Negotiating. It's not functional. Negotiating the engagement. It's not functional. Negotiating the engagement. 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 Negotiating the engagement.
you're doing a fantastic job. She quickly needed to admit them. So my name, as introduced, is Olubu. Brenda, you're doing a fantastic job. Existing protocol, excellencies, and ambassadors. So my name, as introduced, is as I have a Brenda, you're doing a fantastic job. Statement on behalf of our excellencies. So my name, as introduced, is as I have a while we were there. So my name, as introduced, is as I have still counting while we were there. So my name, as introduced, is as I have still counting while we were there. So my name, as introduced, is as I have was created to advance. The Committee of 10 continues to advance this common African position with renewed diligence. All members highlighting that global peace and security cannot be sustained while Africa, the world's fastest growing region, home to about 1.4 billion people with immense natural resources, remains sidelined in the very council, tasked with addressing its challenges. Recent African Union decisions, including the Manual on Coordination between the African Union Peace and Security Council, the A3 Plus, and the United Nations Security Council, demonstrate our readiness not only to demand reform, but also to be proactive partners in leadership. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and representatives, at this very period of uncertain geopolitical realignments, climate emergencies, rising inequalities, digital disruptions, and a trust deficit in multilateralism, our perspective remain unchanged that our economic independence resides in the African Union, and our greatest contribution to global peace is to avoid all the dangers inherent in disunity. Guided by Agenda 2063 and the African Union 2025 theme, the year of reparation, justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations, we view United Nations reform not simply as a structural adjustment, but as part of a deeper agenda of equity, dignity, and justice in global governance. Reform is not about symbolism. It is about enabling multilateralism to deliver for the people it serves. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we need to make it clear that Africa is not asking for favors. We are demanding fairness in global decision-making. A reformed, more representative, and more democratic United Nations is not just in Africa's interest. It is in the interest of humanity. Today's conversation challenges us to move from principles to practice, from aspiration to accountability, and from presence to power for the African people. We must also determine that going forward, we engage with our global partners, not as beneficiaries, but as co-architects of a shared future. In the next 2 decades, at Hunger 100, I hope we'll all be here by God's grace, the conversation should be different. Africans should be making strategic, bold, and compelling decisions without fear of favor as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. I may be here, I may not be, but whatsoever it may be, I hope to see an era where Africa's voice is not only heard, but heeded. My desire is that conversation becomes the beginning of the circle where history bends towards justice and the new world order reflects the fullness of our humanity. I thank you. Africa's voice is not only heard, but heeded. My desire is that conversation becomes the beginning of the circle where history bends towards justice and the new world order reflects the fullness of our humanity. I thank you. Africa's voice.
Sorry, and thanking them for their remarks, as well as bringing context and setting the scene for what's to come in this important dialogue. In the next section of our program, I'm going to invite Ambassador Lazarus Kapambwe to come and join me here. Ambassador Kapambwe is no stranger to the institutions that are central to our dialogue today. He has previously served as ambassador for Zambia to the United States and the United Nations. He has also been an advisor to the African Union chairperson, African Union Commission chairperson, special envoy of the President of the Republic of Zambia. Ambassador, if you may. And the United Nations. He has also been an advisor to the African Union
Good morning.
chairperson, African Union Commission chairperson, special envoy
All
of the President of
protocols
the Republic of
observed.
Zambia. Ambassador, if you may.
I'm very honored to be invited to make a presentation this morning on the subject of Africa at the United Nations, 80th anniversary, the end of a historical cycle, and the next world order. And according to the concept note on the subject, we are entrusted to use this UN 80 as, and the next world, and I quote, a key platform to reflect on the UN-Africa relationship and Africa's evolving role in shaping global governance. And this reflection that we are supposed to have is intended to respond to and address the world's, and I quote, multiple interconnected challenges. And these, among others, are persistent conflict, global inequality, digital fragmentation, democratic backsliding, and declining trust in multilateral institutions. Among others, and according to the concept note, we are organized around three themes. These being first, Africa's agency in the new global order. And in this respect, we are required to reflect on how African leaders, institutions, and citizens actively shape the emerging global order to ensure equity, inclusion, and representation in global decision-making. Second theme is entitled From Frameworks to Action. And a number of frameworks have been highlighted, which remain under-implemented. And our task today is to see how we can ensure that implementation of those frameworks is done. And thirdly, it's the planning for the next 20 years. Now, these are all very big tasks, and they cannot be adequately answered in the time that you have allocated to us. And therefore, instead, I will choose to use this opportunity to ask even more questions. I'm mindful that we have a more intimate discussion tomorrow, and perhaps some of the questions will be addressed in that setting. One of the questions I would like to ask is, are the challenges we face of such magnitude as to have destroyed the basic foundation of the architecture of global organization and governance? Do we have to destroy all or only some of this global governance architecture and build a completely new one, or just reform parts of it? If we are to replace this architecture, what should be the pillars of the new structure? global governance architecture and build knowledge that Africa has not been sufficiently represented in the current global governance architecture, particularly in key decision making. What should be the pillars? There are good reasons and bad reasons, largely because Africa did not participate in the creation of these structures, and therefore its perspective has been missing. Sometimes it is because Africa was divided by our colonial masters, arranged in different language groups, different ethnic groupings, etc. And therefore weakening and missing Africa's voice and making sometimes incoherent. Now, having said all this, it is important to acknowledge that Africa does not need any new plan to enhance its participation in global decision making. Instead, Africa must endeavor to implement its plan. Now, I would like to, I often make this statement to enhance its participation in global decision. In life, instead, you are not entitled to anything. In life, you do not get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. And therefore, when we are talking about the absence of Africa's voice to anything in global decision making, it is because we are not effective as negotiators. When I was, for instance, chairing the open-ended working group on the global financial collapse, we are not effective. Even though I was an ambassador from the African group, when I was, for instance, rarely did I get any African representation in the meetings which were discussing what happened with the financial crisis and how we could avoid that in future. Though I was an ambassador, when I was president of the UN Economic and Social Council, ECOSOCC, again, there was hardly any presence of Africans in the meetings of ECOSOCC. What happened with the financial crisis? When you go to the second committee, we have the platforms in existence. But our utilization of those platforms is hardly adequate. Why is that so? In the meetings of ECOSOC. Let us look at, when you go to a typical African mission to the United Nations. But how many staff are in each of these missions? Hardly adequate. What are the qualifications of that staff? Many are sent because they belong to someone or to somewhere. They are a relative of the president or the minister, or they are simply being sent in order to fill national quotas about regional representation. They belong to someone, not because of their expertise at the subject matters at the UN, nor their abilities to negotiate. Or they are simply being sent, and that is where we should be starting. Quotas about regional representation. Number one, it is important to strengthen the African Union Commission at the UN and the African Union Observer Mission at the UN. And that is where we should be starting. Countries and governments act local. It is important to strengthen. Whenever they come to the AU summit and take decisions, The moment they are on their planes going back to their respective countries, they have even forgotten the decisions that they took at summit. Because in the context of their domestic governance, whenever they come to the AU summit, they focus on local issues. It is therefore important for the African Union Commission to be the one that reminds the African governments about their obligations towards implementing the decisions that they take. Here at the United Nations, we must have an observer mission that is able to be present in all the spaces of the United Nations, and that has the capacities that may be lacking amongst some of the embassies, the missions to the United Nations. An observer mission that is able, but to be present, you cannot be an effective negotiator or an effective salesperson if you don't know the product that you are selling. What is the product that Africa is selling? Do we sufficiently agree among Africans on these products that we are supposed to be selling at the United Nations? Do we sufficiently act with one voice at the United Nations that Africa is selling? Because of our diverse backgrounds, with our different colonial experiences, on these products, many of us have our speaking notes at the United Nations drafted by one voice, non-United Nations. We have our voting patterns dictated by non-colonial experiences. So what do we do in order to understand, in order to know the product that we are selling? Africa must know itself. We have our voting patterns dictated. Africa must quantify itself. So what do we understand the power in order to know the product that we are selling? We come believing we are weak. We come believing that the world owes us an existence. We come believing that there are guardians that we must listen to, because we have been made to believe that we are weak and that the world is doing us a favor. We have a right to be here. We come believing, but we must be able to fight for that right. We must listen to. It is not enough that we are members of the United Nations. That we are weak, we must be able to organize, to unite, to be here and fight. But we must be the rest of the world cannot go it alone without it. It is not enough on many fronts. We are members of the United Nations. Therefore, we understand, we should understand that therein lies Africa's power. What are some of these aspects of Africa's power? Today, we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution technologies. AI, therefore, we understand, we should talking about robotics, we're talking about drones, we're talking about 3D printing. What is common about the fourth industrial revolution technologies? What is common about these technologies? It is the platform on which these technologies are based. That is what's common. We're talking about 3D printing. And what's that? It's ICT. What is common about and what's ICT? What's outer space? About these technologies. It is not an accident that one of the flagship projects of the African Union's Agenda 2063 is outer space. It's ICT. But are we present in outer space? When we were doing Agenda 2063, we had 256 satellites in the geostationary orbit. Agenda 2063, only 5 of those were African. But are we present today in outer space? 12 years later, when we were doing Agenda 2063, the number of satellites in that orbit has shot to 589. How many of those are African satellites? Still, they are only 5. 12 years later, when we were doing, do we have any data centers in Africa? Satellites in that orbit, why not, has shot to 589. Today, how many of data African satellites is the new gold? Today is the new oil. 12 years later, when we were doing, do we have? But we have no data centers in Africa. We do not own our information. And do you know how much our information, which we give free of charge, in order to belong to Facebook, etc.? How much does it? But we have no data centers in Africa on a yearly basis. We do not own our information. African data is worth $3 trillion every year, which we give free of charge in order to belong to Facebook, etc. We must be able to talk about these spaces on a yearly basis. If we want to negotiate effectively. $3 trillion every year. The platforms I mentioned about the new technologies, we must be able to talk. That platform functions on the basis of critical minerals to negotiate effectively. Do we as Africa even have the platforms, a strategy, a collective strategy on critical minerals? The new technologies. We must be able. We have the African mining vision, but it's a general vision. We do not have a framework that is targeted at critical minerals. A collective strategy on critical minerals. We can go on and on, but I believe that much of this discussion is going to be tomorrow in the closed meetings, because there are certain things that we Africans must be able to talk about only amongst ourselves. And the strategies that we must employ are one such thing. Thank you very much. This discussion is going to be tomorrow in the closed meetings, because there are certain things that we Africans must be able to talk about only amongst ourselves. And the strategies that we must
Destruction,
employ,
reform, or replace the current structure of the world order. In life, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. Ambassador, such piercing words. I felt them in my soul. And yeah, I really hope that we are all taking, what we had on, what we've heard in terms of our welcoming remarks on board, as well as our keynote address by Ambassador Kapambwe. But at this moment, we are moving to our next segment, which I hope will also address the past three speakers and what they have brought forward in terms of putting context to the conversation. I am delighted to be joined by this exceptional panel of leaders, of thinkers, who will bring state and civil society perspective to this conversation. You are all welcome to come and join me. I've got two seats on this side, two seats on that side. So if my panelists can come through, please. Exceptional panel of leaders, of thinkers, who will bring state and civil society perspective to this conversation. You are all welcome to come and join me. I've got two seats on this side, two seats on that side. So if my panelists can come through, please. Leaders, of thinkers, who will bring state and civil society perspective to this conversation. You are all welcome to come and join me. I've got two seats on this side, two seats on that side. So if my panelists can come through, please. Leaders, of thinkers, who will bring state and civil society perspective to this conversation. You are all welcome to come and join me. I've got two seats on this side, two seats on that side. So if my panelists can come through, please. Leaders, of thinkers, who will bring state and civil society perspective to this conversation. One thing I didn't mention when I opened the session was to acknowledge some of the dignitaries that we have in the building, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Baso Sangu, who is the former South African permanent resident. Representative. When I opened the session was jet lag. Who is a former permanent representative to the United Nations from the government of South Africa. He's also former ambassador of South Africa to Ethiopia as well as Brussels, and a former advisor and colleague to Ambassador Kapambwe to the AU Commission chair. So, moving on to our panel or fireside dialogue, I'm going to begin by posing a single question to all our panel, on all our panelists. That will be addressing Africa's place in the multilateral system over the past 80 years. And the question is as follows. I'm going to begin by 80 years since the founding of the UN. Has Africa's voice truly shaped the multilateral order? Share one success or failure that, in your view, defines Africa's impact at the United Nations. And what has the UN really delivered for the continent? William, I'm going to start with you. Share one success or failure that, in your view, defines Africa's impact at the United Nations.
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. Let me say good morning to all our participants. And then thank you very much to the various partner organizations that come together to put up this very important discussion. If I have to respond to your question, I will say no. Interesting question. And I'm going to say a big no. To all our participants. And the reason why I'm saying a big no, a few days ago, I think yesterday or the day before, the African Union C10 commemorates 20 years. I think it was established in 2005 or so. 20 years, and we know the essence of the establishment of the C10 was basically to have a group of heads of state to be able to push for the reform of the Security Council. Is to be able to advocate for Africa to be able to have a minimum request, which is just 2 permanent seats with full veto, and then also increase in terms of the non-permanent category. As we commemorate 2 decades of our engagement and advocacy, we are still discussing about Africa's space within a multilateral system where we're asking for a voice so that some of the issues that are being discussed at the highest level, we're able to ensure that Africa is part of that discussion. And when decisions are then taken, you are also part of the decision-making process. So we're talking about the inclusive decision-making process, which has not been the case. So I would say that is a major failure. And to conclude on that aspect, it's really unfortunate that we are commemorating 80th anniversary of the UN itself, and the dynamics and trend of things have really changed. And as an institution, it is expected that such institutions should be able to reflect the contemporary realities and how it adopts in terms of conforming and responding to the realities of today. But unfortunately, even our push for this reform, even our push for this minimum request has remained a challenge. So I will say, indeed, Africa as a continent, and especially all civil society organizations, I think there is more that we need to do, because one thing which has come out clearly is the fact that we cannot continue to doing the same thing and yet still we expect to get a different result. So I think we need to be, like Brian said in one of our sessions, we need to get to that stage of annoyance. We need to get to that stage of expressing total discontent. We need to get to that stage where we begin to look at doing things differently with much more pragmatic approach in terms of our engagement. Enough of the conferences, enough of the workshop, enough of these rhetorics. We need to move into practical realities and practical action in order for us to effect the change that we want to see. We begin to look at doing things differently with much more pragmatic. And that practical action is what we are all going to meet tomorrow to discuss in a much more strategic manner. And the reason why we want to do it, because we don't want to do things, because if we ask, we give the textbook, we will definitely give the textbook proposals, but we want to discuss as Africans, like Ambassador Lazarus rightly said, in a much more closed session to say, what roadmap do we want to see in the next 2 decades from 80 to 100? We don't want to celebrate the UN at 100, and then we still having this kind of conversation. Let there be some steps forward. So I'm very happy, Eba, you will help me to provide that answer. But we cannot do things the way we are doing it now, because we will not get any change.
Thank you very much for that, William Caro is the head of the AU ECOSOCC Secretariat. He is a champion of civil society engagement, inclusive policy dialogue, and citizen participation in Africa's governance and development. I think that's why we feel that fire burning coming out of you. Thank you very much. And next, we move on to Gemma Ngube.
Thank you, and greetings to colleagues in the room, all protocols observed. It's a good thing I'm sitting next to William. He's the diplomat, he's the one who will speak in refined language. I do not know that I will do that. I will not promise you that, Madam Moderator. I really struggled with this question. I'm such a huge believer of multilateralism, such a huge believer in it, so I'm so disappointed as well at this certain time. Look, I do not want, I really, for instance, by agencies like UN Women, as a woman, I really would not want to undermine the progress that females around the world have experienced. I'm giving very concrete examples. That's what you're looking for, right? experience due to some of, I think, the progresses that have been driven globally through some of these UN platforms and institutions. We'll talk of World Health Organization, we'll talk of World Food Program, and so forth and so on. All these are UN agencies that have been there and operated on the continent with the strong support of our governments, and maybe that is what Africa has succeeded. Oh God, I'm being cynical this morning. And I thought about, oh my gosh, you know, Africa actually is one of the reasons that China is in the P5, and that's one of the reasons China is so grateful to Africa. Can you see I'm being really cynical? And precisely because of what William has really well put out. What have we been able to negotiate for ourselves? For ourselves as a continent? That's a question I am and have struggled to answer. And I think in the deliberations of this panel, I think, you know, the questions that have been posed by everybody was spoken already from Ibrahima this morning, on our self-organizing, on our agency. That is what is missing in how we are engaging and contributing at the UN. I'll say this in the end, to end maybe this round. There was a communique issued by the AU Peace and Security Council last year on Sudan specifically. Uganda had been a huge champion on putting Sudan on the agenda of the Peace and Security Council. And one of the key decisions that the Peace and Security Council made in that, I think it was a May 2024 Peace and Security Council session, one of them was to instruct the AU Commission to ensure that it transmits the decision of the Peace and Security Council to the A3, so that they are coordinated. Decisions that the Peace and Security Council we have not been well and self-organized appropriately as a continent to be clear about what is right and good for us, so that we can be clear how we engage with the UN system, so that we can be clear about what we get for our African population and our continent. And so that's how I'll answer you and self-organized appropriately as a continent to be clear about what is right and
Many,
good
many
for
thanks
us,
for
so that we can be
your
clear
insights there,
how
Jenna.
we engage with the UN system,
Jenna
so that we
is the
can be
Deputy
clear
CEO
about what we
of
get for
Crisis
our African
Action
population
with
and
expertise in
our
crisis management, advocacy, and humanitarian response. And I am now going to move on to Heather Ali. Many, many thanks for your Heather, same question. Would you like me to repeat it?
No.
Jenna is
It's strange because I'm usually not the optimist, but I think I'm more optimistic than the two of you when I think about what and how the continent has shaped multilateralism. Actually, there are quite a number of very good examples. Decolonization is a remarkable example of how African countries used the UN to further their liberation and their national objectives. And in particular, I think Namibia is a great example of how it really used the UN to secure its own freedom from apartheid South Africa. I would also point to African countries' use of the international judicial institutions. We've seen that most recently with South Africa taking Israel to the Court of Justice, but also way back when with Ethiopia and Liberia taking a case to the ICJ relating to apartheid South Africa. So actually there are examples of Africa using the tools at our disposal. And most recently, I would say the Pact for the Future, which was negotiated last year, and Betty will probably be the expert in the room on that. But, you know, that was an example of how, when Africa gets together and bands for what it wants, it can actually shape the future of multilateralism. It was the G77 led by an African country that managed to get the Pact for the Future agreed, despite really serious pressures from big powers. So that is powerful, and it's about how do we leverage and hone in on that more effectively and more consistently. Now, what has the UN delivered for Africa? I think it's undeniable that the UN's development programs, the UN's humanitarian programs, the poverty reduction has been a qualified story of success, but still there have been advancements in those regards. So on both sides, in terms of what it gets and what it can give, I think there are some positive stories to tell. I think the challenge is that now the needs are so great in the world that there is a limit to how much that progress can take place within a system that is fundamentally unequal. And so how do we, as we've heard already discussed this morning, start to really get at the root of the problem, and that inequality is codified in the very Charter of the United Nations, and then we talk about Security Council, but not only Security Council, and maybe I can come back to that a bit later. But as Ambassador Kempabwe said, and actually I want to thank you very much for your frankness, because I think that's really the kind of conversation we need to be having as we think about practically how do we organize ourselves moving forward. But the system we have today is one the continent had very little role in shaping. So my country, Egypt, was one of 4 that were present in 1945 when the UN Charter was signed. So that is clearly a flagrant, inequity in terms of having a voice in the conversation. And when you ask, why do African missions have so few staff? Why doesn't Africa have data centers? Because we have an international system today that locks certain countries into the bottom of the economic and geopolitical food chain. And until we address that overall system, there is only so far that we can go. So there's certainly, it's a mixed picture, but I think we should recognize just how powerful Africa has been when it has used its leverage, and see how do we then use that moving forward. We have an international system today that locks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Heba Ali is the director of Article 109, formerly known as UN Charter Reform Coalition. She's also the CEO of the New Humanitarian, formerly a CEO humanitarian, a seasoned journalist, thought leader, humanitarian policy expert. And lastly, I invite Tawanda Mutasa. Over to you.
Thank you, Ora. I actually wasn't sure whether we are arranged in such a way that the temperature must decrease or increase as we come this side. But I'm also pleased to see many friends, and thank you, Ora and Ebrima and Ambassador. And Ambassador for the framings and all protocol observed. Thank you, Ora. I was just going to really say, for me, I will emphasize that the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. And my own emphasis really is on ourselves rather than on what we have been made to be. And I'll say why. So if I was in a village, so people like Lewu here, Professor Becky and others in South Africa, and Ora yourself, you have the concept of the Stockville. And I think Ebrima, there are other examples, right? Where people come together and contribute into a pot, and then you get things out of the pot. And if I was in a context where I was benefiting much more than I'm putting into the pot, I would not feel that I'm being responsible as a member of that Stockville. And I should feel bad about myself and contribute. So the fact that if you take the year 2023 alone, if we don't go even beyond that, out of the 204 meetings of the Security Council that we're dealing with regional and country, I would not feel that 78 of those were on Africa's matters. As a member of that, if you take the 49 resolutions, the formal outcomes that came out of those meetings of the Security Council, that is the 45 resolutions plus 4 presidential statements, 51.02% of those were on Africa and African issues. We know that currently, in terms of peacekeeping, of the 11 peacekeeping missions of the UN around the world, we have 5 of them, as you know. And it's massive resources that we are consuming. Right? In Abyei, in Western Sahara, in Central African Republic, in South Sudan, and in the DRC. So in short, At the moment, the situation is that Africa actually is benefiting a lot from the UN system around the world. But in terms of our contribution, we are not bringing the requisite capacity, as Ambassador was saying, to be able to contribute. And we are not bringing the requisite capacity to be able to fight the injustices of how the system was rigged at the moment, when only 4 of our countries were participating as members. So you say, can you think of an example? I think the examples where we are not bringing the requisite February 1972, the Organization for African Unity said to the capacity to be able to fight the United Nations. We want you to take seriously the Southern Rhodesia, the country in which I was born, only 4, now Zimbabwe. We want you to take seriously apartheid in South Africa. So we want you to take seriously Namibia, which you started. Those were examples actually of us taking the initiative and doing something about using the United Nations system for our purpose. We have not sustained that, and this is part of the problem that we find ourselves.
Thank you very much. I thank you to all 4 panelists for your riveting responses to the question of Africa's impact at the UN. We now move on to the individual questions that I'll be posing to each of you. Thank you very much. And in no particular order, I'm going to start with Heba. And the question for you is, the Pact for the Future emphasizes reform and inclusion within the UN. In a snippet, can you firstly tell us about the work of the Article Coalition and your advocacy for a comprehensive review of the UN Charter, if we can start with that. From there, the question for you is, from your perspective, what specific reforms to the Charter or its rules could most enhance Africa's agency in the multilateral system?
Great,
Over
thank you
to
so
you.
much.
And your
So Article 109 is a new coalition that has just been formed, and some of my colleagues are here in the room, so you can also talk to them about it afterwards. That is mobilizing member states to invoke a little-known article of the UN Charter, Article 109, that allows for a review process to take place. So the idea 45, when the Charter was being drafted, was that there was so much opposition to the 5 permanent members of the Security Council having the veto, that the promise was, just sign up for now, and within 10 years we will revisit this distribution of power. And so it's actually written into the UN Charter. There is a built-in mechanism that says, within the 10th General Assembly of the United Nations, it should be placed on the agenda for discussion that a review conference be held to update the UN Charter. 1955 came around, a majority of countries were in favor of this review, but thought the timing wasn't right. And 80 years later, that same excuse is being used, that it's not the right time. So what we are saying is, if it is not the right time now, when we have nuclear powers threatening to go to war with each other, when we have a climate catastrophe, when we have a genocide in Gaza, when we have increasing conflict, both on the continent and beyond, when we have AI out of control, when would be the right time to revisit our international order and how we govern these challenges? So we are a civil society coalition, but trying to build a momentum among member states and identify who are the champions and what are the coalitions that could emerge to actually invoke Article 9 of the Charter and have a general conference to review the UN. Now, what would come out of that? This is where I might disagree with some of those in the room that are very, very, very focused on Security Council reform and Security Council reform only. Of course, it is necessary to have a more equitable Security Council and a more effective Security Council that is actually capable of addressing and maintaining peace and security. But actually, there's so much more that Africa has to gain from reform of the UN Charter than purely the Security Council. Who pays the biggest price for climate change that we did not cause? Who pays the biggest? Who's going to be left most behind when artificial intelligence becomes the new empire? So there are much broader questions and a much broader definition to security than simply the Security Council. And I think here the opportunity is for the continent to have a seat at the table in shaping multilateralism 2.0, whatever the new world order is going to be, in a much broader view than we just want two seats on the Security Council. But actually, we know that 54 African countries, that's almost one and a half, certainly of the two-thirds majority that you would need to call a review conference, and one is for the continent. My math here, anyway, more than 1/4 of the UN's membership. That's a huge, powerful force. So how do we mobilize that to say, actually, we are going to have a say in shaping the future system, not just pushing for how many seats on the Security Council, but what kind of international system serves the continent best. So that would be my invitation, and I think there's all kinds of ideas about what reforms could look like, establishing a climate council for better governance of climate change, having a UN parliamentary assembly so that we, the people, actually have a voice in the United Nations, but that would be up to the member states to debate and discuss. The point is, how do we broaden our lens a little bit to see that actually we can shape many, many, many more things, and Security Council should be one of them, but not the only one. Could look like establishing a climate council for better governance.
Thank you very much to that. Thank you very much for that, Helen. And what I'm picking up from this is what our previous speakers have also talked about, which is that our lack of a common position is actually hindering progress. The Security Council reform is actually taking away from what we can gain from this process of the charter reform. And we need to be thinking about tech, things like climate change, just to be all on the same page and to actually benefit from the different available systems within the UN.
And if I may just add one point, we were recently meeting with the ambassador of Cameroon in Geneva, Switzerland, where I live, and he said Cameroon was a child of the United Nations, but actually now it is our job, our role, and our opportunity to save the United Nations. So it's actually, I think, Ambassador, you mentioned this, that we're always talking about like as if we don't have the power and asking for what we deserve, rather than saying we have quite a lot to offer now. And that can run across from experience in managing crises and epidemiological outbreaks. During during COVID, the United States was learning from Africa on how to manage the crisis. So there's a lot of knowledge and expertise, both at that kind of crisis management level, but also at the broader level of what is it, you asked what are we selling to the UN? And I think part of the answer to that is we are selling a vision of the UN or we are selling our role in shaping the vision of the UN. During COVID, the United States was learning
Fantastic.
from Africa.
And I'm going to throw you a curveball. Do you think that there's genuine appetite amongst powerful states to elevate African voices in global decision making?
And I think part of the answer I assume you mean among non-African. I mean, certainly we've seen President Biden throw his support behind 2 African seats at the Security Council. I think that's quite accepted across the board. So on paper, the answer is yes. In practice, I think there is, of course, fear from those who stand to lose power when others gain power, that they will have less of a place in the overall system. I think that in a conversation we need to have and a reality we need to confront. I think most Western countries see that that's on shifting. They see that we're now in a multipolar world. They don't, in reality, they don't have the standing power they had before. And so actually we spoke to the former Prime Minister of Belgium the other day, and he said, if we, the West, try to keep holding on to power, it's like sand in your hand. And the harder you squeeze it, the more it's going to fall through your fingers. And I think increasingly there is a recognition that those who have power today are going to have to let go and make space for others, because otherwise they will go and take power in other fora and in other spaces. So a qualified yes. If we, the West,
Thank you for that. Jenna, you're next on the hot seat.
And the harder you squeeze it, the more it's
what my question to you is, what role do you envision for African civil society in shaping UN peace and security agendas by 2045? What concrete strategies should be implemented today to ensure citizens' voices have real impact in the future?
And then the harder to squeeze, the more
What my question to you is, what
I'll
role
continue
do
my
you
theme of not
envision for
answering your
African civil
questions.
society in shaping
But
human
I
and
hope
peace
eventually I get
agendas
there.
by
I'm sure you
2045?
pull me back.
What concrete
I
strategies
think
should be
I got a
implemented
bit
today
messed up
to
today
ensure
by
citizen
listening to
voices have a
Trump's
real
speech,
impact in
and
the
then
future?
I listened to Chisekedi's speech this morning.
What my question to you is,
And
what
because
role
I
do you
flew in
envision
yesterday, so I
for
missed
African
the
civil
live
society
whatever. So they kind of
in
threw me
shaping
off
human and
from
peace
answering
agendas by
properly.
2045?
The
What
question.
concrete strategies
And for me, because your question for me is really around how we shape and contribute to peace and security in the world. When I live in a continent right now that is burning in the Sahel, I know people speak about Central Sahel, but it's the wider Sahel. If you speak to the coastline countries in West Africa, they are feeling the bite of the spread of terrorism and anti-insurgency. In Southern Africa, we are seeing it with Mozambique, Tanzania, Durban, DRC, all these things are there. Then I'm living in a continent with the Horn of Africa that is out of control. Sudan has decided to actually flare back up over and above Ethiopia, Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia. I mean, come on. Great Lakes region, right? So all these things are there. Our contribution to peace and security by 2045, that is out of control. Sudan has decided to actually flare back in a world that is led by these human beings who are leading us. Right now, when I listen to Trump, I know there are lots of analysts, but I heard a leader who is all about what he. And then I listen to Chisekedi on the other hand, literally absconding any responsibility for the state and situation of his country right now, and still hasn't recovered from the humiliation of asking for help, or rather selling his country publicly. So if you factor these human beings who are leading us today, in a continent where the governance deficits are regressing and not progressing in the way we want, because I know those of us in Southern Africa, we think, oh, well, we don't really have, other than DRC and Mozambique, we don't have, a lot of fire burning us. But we have no space as citizens to organize. And I'm saying all of this in an absolute awe of the kind of ECOSOC we have today. That is doing a fantastic job, actually. And those of us who have been in the AU spaces for years, it's wonderful to say ECOSOC is doing a fantastic job of mobilizing citizens in Africa, because that wasn't always the case. We have powerful NGOs and citizens groups that continue to invest in organizing even in highly constricted spaces. I too, like Tawanda, am a Zimbabwean and live it every single day, where you have to think twice before you say what you really think and want to say. So citizens are organizing, are trying, and even in the kinds of spaces that we have and in the kind of context that I'm talking about today. But as acknowledged by my fellow panelists earlier on, part of the challenge about civil society organizing is we have a people that are assaulted by the state of poverty, that they are on survival mode. So for me to start organizing for rights when I have no food to feed my children is harder. Okay? We, the kinds of contexts of conflict, violence that I have painted already, and the lack of space, because there's less and less space for us to have agency as ordinary to feed my children. In my country, you can't just go to a village and pull people together and say, let's have a chat. We first have to tell so many other people first, and they must allow us and give us permission to get together in our numbers to have a chat. And I know this is true for the continent. So it makes it hard to organize. It makes it hard for civil society to engage. We also have a challenge that, yes, while we have civil society, I feel we've become NGOized. So many other people first. We are no longer activists, but we are workers in these NGOs to get a salary. It's no longer fighting for causes because I believe in what I believe in, whether I'm paid or not, and so forth and so on. So that does compromise our ability to organize. And I say all of this really just to come back to something we are no longer activists, but we are workers in this NGO. It is really hard for me to go and negotiate with people out there about what is good for me when I'm not organized myself about myself. So that does, and I think that is the challenge that we have in the continent. I think the state of our maybe I'll technicalize it and say regional integration, but really African unity, which I feel we have as citizens made ourselves beholden to states and governments, such that then SADC, ECOWAS, the African Union are really no longer about the people, even if, yes, the reforms in 2002 were about putting people back into these institutions, but they are so state-centric and really about our governments coming together to talk to each other about safeguarding themselves and not the citizen. The African Union, and so that I think has confused us as citizens, because in a way it's as if we've delegated our ability to be free and to exercise our agency to our governments. Huge mistake. Coming from Southern Africa, themselves, where we got our freedom. Town has given us the historic of, it was the UN that, might have catalyzed it, but at the end of the day, I grew up in a Southern Africa where the frontline states came together and decided, Zimbabwe was going to be free. And because of 14, 15, 16-year-olds, Zimbabwe of 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds who decided they were going to sacrifice their lives to fight for freedom for our country. And then Zambia, Tanzania, Ghana, Mozambique decided they were going to put percentages of their budgets and create spaces in their countries for our freedom fighters, who were called terrorists, by the way, at that time by everyone else, to go and whatnot. So there was an ability for individuals to be willing to fight for something that they believed. There was support from other states and governments to support that agenda and actually make it happen. But it was about us having decided in Zimbabwe. It was about Namibians having decided in Namibia. It was about South Africans having decided in South Africa, and everybody else supporting them to fight for something that they believe. And so when I look at to support that agenda, the state of the spaces that are there for us as citizens, and I look at those who rule us and govern us, not only in Africa, but globally, it really becomes hard to see how we build together for a world. I'm advocating and wanting to see how Africans can come together and build for Africa first. And I'm not saying it in a nationalistic agenda that doesn't acknowledge the role of everybody else in support of. But I'm saying, in a sense of taking responsibility, I think the point I wonder was putting forward, can we take responsibility for ourselves first before we look to others to help us. Nationalistic agenda. Maybe the last point I will say on this as I continue not to answer you, everybody else in support is something that Kofi Annan said. In BRICS, I think you were responsible for bringing him to Zimbabwe towards the time when we setting those things in the world. When he was in Zimbabwe at the meeting BRICS you contributed to pull it together, there's a statement that has not left me, which I think actually ought to be the inspiration for citizens, Africans, even those Africans who are here in the diaspora or any other part of the diaspora. He said, when the people need to lead, and as they lead, maybe those who govern will follow. I think that's the world we need to go back into. And if I tie this with what happened to Africa getting freedom from colonial powers or colonial masters who seem to continue to master us, as alluded to earlier, those who govern will follow. Is I think when we claim back our own agency as Africans and do not wait for answers to come from those who are in positions of power, but recognize that those who are in positions of power, positions of leadership or titles, they might not be advocating for what is right for us. That it's really important for us as ordinary citizens to use the spaces in civil society, in our community groups, to find ways to organize, like those who fought for liberation in our countries, found spaces under very difficult circumstances to organize. I'm really calling for a revolution, advocating for what is right for, because if we organize ourselves and catalyze, I think it will actually ensure that we catalyze how our governments are operating, and that perhaps that they begin to focus on us, the people again. I'm really calling. Thank you. Advocating for what is right for, because if we organize ourselves,
Thank you very much
and
for that.
catalyze,
I'm hoping that we can infuse a little
I
bit
think
of
it will
that
actually
sensitivity
ensure
to
that we
ask you another
catalyze
question.
how our government,
Where I'm hoping you can share an example of a successful opportunity that where African civil society or citizens actually influenced a UN decision. Thank you very much for that.
well, I will speak more specifically to our contributions on the continent. And I'm really proud, maybe also to be sitting next to William, because we really have an ECOSOCC that is really right now so self and well organized that the structures and operations have really sought to connect with civil society on the ground on the continent. We really have created spaces not only for ECOSOC, which, yes, is an organ of the African Union, but spaces that recognize that sometimes there is need for independent organizing by civil society. And some of us in the room here are part, specifically on peace and security, of a platform called Hunters, spaces not that only brings together organizations, both international and local, that focus on issues of peace and security, that sometimes that seek to engage the political affairs, peace and security department at the AU. And we work very closely together with ECOSOC to engage formally with the Commission. And it speaks to the power of organizing, because when we have done that, and leveraged our different spaces. We have seen formal engagement, including with the Commissioner of Political Affairs, who now meets twice a year with civil society to discuss and deliberate on issues of peace and security on the continent. So I truly am a believer, actually, in that when we organize and leverage together and engage, we actually see engagement and shifts that happen with decision makers, regardless of the spaces that they are in. So even as I speak like this, I've followed the work that HEPA and other colleagues on the continent have actually been doing through the organization that she's currently leading, that when we organize, because it's actually really connected to civil society on the ground on the continent. So while I'm not formally in the structures, I feel I've been contributing through those who are actually part of the structures, because I'm in other spaces with them where they talk about the work that they're doing. When we organize ourselves, I think the words that I evoked of when we organize and come together and lead, we actually see that those who govern do follow us. I really am a believer of that, because I have seen that. You talk about, you know, the reforms that have happened both on the continent, but also even through the UN, that it's been the power of civil society that has actually really strongly engaged and organized. I was a young girl when I heard of Beijing, but saw women around me, you know, organizing and seeing, you know, the reforms that, you know, took place on that. I look at 1825, I look at Resolution 1820 that speaks to peace and security. It's civil society that engaged and organized. I was a young girl when I heard of Beijing, but saw women around me, you know, organizing that actually catalyzed those reforms so that these institutions actually work for ordinary people. So I'm a true believer of it. And hopefully our discussions today and tomorrow, you know, help us think of ways that we can catalyze and contribute to that. At least I've answered one question. But saw women around me, you know, organizing.
Please let's give her an applause.
So I'm a true believer of it. And
Before I move on to William, I just want to acknowledge the presence of the presiding officer for ECOSOCC, being Mr. Luis Cheik Sissoko. A very warm welcome to you. Please let's give her an applause. William? So the question is as follows. The AU has frameworks for peace, governance, and development, yet crises on the continent persist. How can civil society and citizens hold governments accountable over the next 2 decades to ensure that Africa's multilateral commitments, such as the Pact for the Future and Agenda 2063, are actually delivered? Governance and development.
Thank you very much. I think I'm struggling with identity issues, and you will understand my situation. I've had my orientation over the last 20 years plus in civil society, and therefore, when I sit next to people like someone like Jenna, I'm in the same room with big brother like Don, Briggs, fighters like Farouk, advocates like Brenda and the others, I tend to forget where my monthly check comes from. I still think that I am the same civil society fellow that I have been over the years. But the expression of discontent is coming from the point of the central role that I play, especially engaging with the ordinary people and having an opportunity for them to share their perspective. I still think that their the same civil society and their input into some of the continental issues and at the same time global issues. And that is the reason why when we look at whether there have been changes. Yes, we recognize, but have there been any impactful changes that has led to a significant transformation in the lives of ordinary citizens? And we can look at it from different angles in terms of who to blame. Whether we have to blame ourselves, to a very large extent we have to, but beyond that, within the global architectures that we have, if we aspects of reparations and the likes, their fairness, their justice, is it an equal balanced platform that provided us that opportunity? But in response to your question, which is very specific to the African Union, I would like to say the AU itself possesses comprehensive frameworks for peace, security, governance, and development in the continent, such as the Constitutive Act itself, and the Lome Declaration, Peace and Security Council, to name but few. I would like to say, but then you will want to ask a very critical question. Why the continuation of crisis with all these frameworks that we have? And I think it indicates the significant gap between policy and practice, specifically implementation. And I think the aspect of responsibility and accountability that Jenna was talking about is coming from that point of view. Let's go further. The African Union established the African Peace and Security Architecture with the sole aim of contributing to peace, security, and stabilization on the continent, and to also leverage on our existing institutional structures. We have the regional economic communities, we have the regional mechanism, we have the African Union, and the like. And the fundamental role they should be able to play, looking at the broader agenda of the APSA itself, that looks at conflict prevention, early warning, peace building and peace processes, looking at aspects of the support to the consolidation of democracy, humanitarian action, and conflict management. But when we look at this fancy architecture, one of the questions you want to ask, like the UN is going through reform and the aspects of financial sustainability, ask the question about the funding of our architecture. It's strongly dependent on external funding. So beyond the aspect of even adherence and implementation of our frameworks and mechanisms that we have, we are also confronted with the aspect of finances in terms of supporting initiatives so that we give full meaning to what we call ownership. Because if you don't have ownership of your own processes, it is obviously that it can be influenced in diverse ways. So that is a major consideration I want us to look into. When we go beyond that, it's also important to note that over the next decade, like you rightly said, the role of civil society in terms of our contribution to multilateralism, looking at the major consideration, Agenda 2063 and the like. When we go beyond that, I think we need to, like we are saying, we need to begin to look at things differently. Yes, significant progress has been made, but there are more challenges that we are confronted with. And I want to share with you some of the strategies that I want to propose. One will be partnership. I mean, civil society should be able to work closely and engage with AU structures such as the peace and security challenges. Of course, like Jenna rightly said, we now have some form of institutional engagement, or some form of engagement with the Peace and Security Council. If you look at the Peace and Security framework, the Livingstone formula to be more specific. It provides an indication for a clear interaction with civil society, and we now have some form of, over the years, the operationalization of that framework with the peace and security was a challenge. If you look at not until a few years ago when we have a bit of a support in terms of resources through people like Brenda, by then, who was working with the Peace and Security Department, and brought in an institution like ECOSOCC to play a critical role and having an opportunity with funding to be able to practically operationalize that particular component of a bit of a support in this particular framework. So in as much as we have been doing some work, the likes of Eugene, who was once the cluster chair for peace and security, but one of the major challenges comes back to the aspect of resources. So resources was major challenge, but I think we should be able to build on like the engagement we are having now with the peace and security through ECOSOCC and non-ECOSOCC institutions. The cluster chair for we are all working towards achieving one of the major. So the need for us to be able to work together is very fundamental. So resources, and that brings me to my second point, partnership. I think with regional economic communities, like one to promote the principle of subsidiarity and security. But beyond that, it is very obvious that when you look at what is happening in the Sahel, like what Jenna rightly spoke about, you are expecting the regional economic communities and the regional mechanism to play a much more leading role. How many civil society organizations are basically working with our area? It's still a bit of a challenge. And therefore, we need to be able to strengthen that relationship. I know for East African community, for instance, EACSOF is doing a fantastic job. WACSOF used to, but now it has also have its own challenges. And we have seen ECOWAS playing a role in establishing ECOWAS, ECOSOC. I hope that will help in terms of bringing the people into the center to be able to play a critical role. But what I'm trying to say in this regard, it is important that if these RECs and RMs are strengthened, considering them being the building blocks for integration, then you will be able to address some of these issues at the local contextual level, even before the African Union comes in. So therefore, we need to be able to have a much more cordial working relationship at this level. The third aspect, which is very fundamental to me, is access to justice. In order to strengthen our legal system, to hold government and government officials accountable, not only in terms of governance issues, but also in terms of adherence and commitment to the implementation of policies and treaties. So you don't just come to Addis and sign commitments, but then you go back and there's a total disconnect with what you have committed yourself at the international stage and what is the reality on your ground. So we have been fighting about domestication, ratification, and the like. So I think we need to be able to get to that stage where we should be able to get our government to play that critical role. And that's what is the aspect of collaboration and coalition building. And this is where civil society have a role to play. Our approach has been fragmented. We all want to go it our own way because we have to respond to our donor. We have to be able to say it is my organizations that have done it. But we have seen the importance of coalescing and coming together. This is a significant example. And then bringing the right voices, the right technical expertise into the room. Because we have to build on our various comparative advantage. That is the only way we can be able to trigger change. So I think civil society, my organization, can be able to play this significant role together with citizens in holding government accountable, especially in terms of their commitment to multilateralism, in terms of their commitment to the Pact of the Future, in terms of our commitment to our own continental blueprint, which is the Agenda 2063, so that even at country level, we don't have development plans or national development plans that is not aligned to Agenda 2063, but it is aligned to SDGs. Ownership So as we talk about the SDGs, how do we also ensure that our reporting lines also report on some of the good things that we are doing within Agenda 2063 and how far we have aligned our national development plan with Agenda 2063? And together, we can be able to take ownership and leadership in terms of contributing to the attainment of the Africa we want. And then lastly, I think, like we said, what we need now is an all-inclusive Agenda 2063 in terms of our engagement. We need to be able to do self-reflection, especially from the side of civil society. What is it that we are not doing right? And at the same time, we also need to be able to question government on the other side. And as we demand for reform also at the multilateral stage, how committed are we, especially in terms of government, in terms of portraying credence and values of democracy, good governance? How do we fight issues of corruption at country level? How do us as civil society able to hold government accountable? How do we express discontent in terms of kicking them out of power also when they are not responding to some of their commitments? I think that is the only way we can be able to effect change, because when you know that you will not come back to the citizen on the basis of corruption, on the basis of region, on the basis of religion, then you know the citizens are ready for change. So until we express that discontent and that annoyance and ready for change, that is how we will then definitely change our leaders. I think that is able to create a pathway for us to be able to achieve and get the kind of results that we desire. On the basis of religion, on the basis of religion, then you know the citizens are ready for change. So
Thank you very much,
we
William. That was a
express
very
that
impassioned response.
and that annoyance
Quite a number of items, and I think
that
one
is
of
how
them
we
is
will then definitely
actually
change our
linking
leaders.
with our next question for Tawanda, where you spoke about partnerships, engagements, collaborations, and coalitions. So, Tawanda, my question to you is, in a system where powerful states dominate decision-making, how can Africa leverage partnerships, both within the continent and globally, to strengthen its influence in multilateral institutions, particularly the UN? And you can actually give us a snapshot of how Africa has actually fared thus far in that regard.
Thank you very much, Ora. So I think it's an important question, and I'll build on what my three colleagues have said. But I want to continue with my theme again of our own responsibility. And I think just to clarify about that, I am by no means saying that there is no injustice. Thank you very much that we are responding to. So there is a lot of injustice. I think it's an important question. Colonialism, of course, was injustice. Slavery, was the colleagues have said. A lot of the exploitation. But I want to continue with my theme again of is a grave injustice. The selling of arms to many of our belligerents on the continent is a massive, colossal injustice. I'm not overlooking that, but I'm talking about where we can start in terms of our responsibility to change things. So Chinua Achebe in Things Fall Apart says, as a man danced, so the drums were beaten for him. So if you're at a dance and you actually start dancing enthusiastically, the people that are drumming also catch up with you, right? And they match your energy as when they are drumming. So how can we be sure in partnerships that we position Africa in such a way that we are able to get the best out of the United Nations and the rest of the world? So here I want to be very practical. I think you had said for us not to shy away, William, from practical solutions. I'm not leaving those for tomorrow. I think we can start. How can we be sure? So number one, I think it's for us to be able to take very seriously what Jana and William were talking about in terms of civil society. Partnerships cannot succeed as long as they are driven by states to the exclusion of civil society. I've often said that civil society is essentially the energies, the efforts, and the entities to be able that are located between the individual and the state when they are orchestrated for the public good in terms of civil society. When you see the kinds of capacity in civil society, and we imagine how much that capacity is not being harnessed, you can see what we are missing. I often say that if you are going beyond technical solutions and you think about what someone here calls revolution, was it Heba or Jana, and forget it, we have the ingredients right here in this room, right? So the same way that we had Samora Machel, if you look at bricks here with his headgear, we have a whole new Samora Machel right in our midst, right? But more seriously, the point is to say we have the resources, the capabilities within civil society to be able to form the bedrock of partnership. We have the ingredients that Africa could actually live in, right? So the same way United Nations system. Secondly, and connected, if you look at BRICS, we spoke about climate. I think we have a whole new support beyond the Security Council, right in our midpoint, right? And William, you spoke eloquently about finance. So I'll give you an example. If you take the countries that are in conflict and that are conflict affected, what the World Bank calls fragile and conflict affected states, then you compare them with the countries that are most vulnerable in terms of you'll see that it's basically almost the same list. But when you actually compare what's happening in terms of financing, per capita financing, so for the countries that are in conflict, we did a study, and I think here my boss, Brenda, who runs our United Nations work, will require me to not just speak as an African, but to speak as Oxfam. So allow me to speak as Oxfam for a moment. So in December 2023, we issued a report where we had assessed from 2019 to 2020 what is actually happening with climate finance. So we found that within that report, if you take the conflict-affected states, you will see that per capita, they are getting no more than $13.64 over those 2 years, average, per person, in terms of climate finance. Almost the same list. Compare that with the actually conflict-affected states. They were getting a whooping, comparatively, $22.77 per person. But when you actually compare what's happening, if you went into conflict-affected states where there was actually real conflict that was happening, the funds were even lower. What's happening at $6 per capita financing. The point I'm making is that clearly that's an inequity. We haven't even gone into the fact that about 40% of the financing is more in the form of loans and not grants and so on. The point is that for this conversation that we are having now, and what I've just cited, has not been taken into any forum where African leaders are representing the African continent on climate financing. Nobody has said from the States, Oxfam, thank you. We want to take your research and work with study. And I think let's go hither and make a claim for the African continent using this data and this science and this analysis. Because the moment you walk in as Oxfam and you are sharing that with them, you are viewed with suspicion because you are civil society, you are NGOs. So that's number 2. Data, science, and partnerships with civil society. Number 1 is civil society. Number 3, for our partnerships to succeed, we do not need to guess this, right? Agenda 2063 itself has a whole section on partnerships in chapter 6.4 specifically. But what it says about partnerships, as you see in Agenda 2063, is really what we have always heard over and over again. We need to partner with others in order to achieve the goals that we are seeking. The problems that we are facing now, the Agenda 2063 claim is, the problem that we are facing now about partnerships is we haven't developed the partnership framework. That's one problem that they cite. And we haven't resourced our partnerships management. And we have partnerships that are not smart enough. Of course, the problem is deeper than that, right? So to turn that around, if we are serious again at a practical level, what we need is to go back to chapter 6 of Agenda 2063, make an assessment, a diagnostic to say what has been implemented and achieved, within Agenda 2063 planning from the time that it was put in place. And William and others, you are part of our leaders in causing that to happen. Civil society can partner with you, but an audit on the kinds of things we promised to do in order to make partnerships real is a very important starting point. We promised, for instance, to come up with a partnership framework. You know, as much as I do, that we have not really done that in any meaningful way. We promised to work on domestic resource mobilization as a prerequisite to make partnerships meaningful. You know as well as I do that we have not done that. And the period beyond 20 January this year exposed Africa as to the reality of what it means when we are seeing the withdrawal of resources that have come before in overseas development assistance, and we have not worked on domestic resource mobilization from our own sources. We know that the United Conference on Trade and Development cited about six years ago that $79 billion of our money is being frittered out of the continent every year on the basis of illicit financial flows. And you can imagine what that could do in terms of financing, which again is covered in Chapter 6 for those partnerships in Agenda 2063. So number 4 is plug those holes of financing. Make sure that we deal with corruption, we deal with the endemic frittering of our resources out of the continent. We deal with the lack of transparency around how resources are being used. That way we will have enough to be able to start off in order to leverage the partnerships that we need to leverage. And number 5, and lastly, there are many other things we could say, but just for the sake of time. If you look at the reality of how partnerships up to now have been done. So I was in a meeting in Equatorial Guinea in Malabo in May 2022, when the African Union was seeking to mobilize resources for the new humanitarian initiative, right? And I was in the room and witnessing the lack of capacity among ourselves, speaking as an African here, not as Oxfam, among ourselves as Africans. I was seeing in the room the lack of ability to back up something that we had actually come all the way to Malabo to do when the hat was being passed around and people were being asked per country, how much are you pledging, right? People were like looking down, not wanting to be asked, like South Africa, how much are you pledging? Zimbabwe, how much are you pledging? Senegal, how much are you pledging? Mali, how much are you pledging? And so on. But we had come all the way for the purposes of mobilizing to do that. And we had a whole section in the conversation where we had said, when we mobilize these resources, it's going to enable us to then go outside to seek resources from the European Union and so on and so forth. So if we can't have that starting point of mobilizing commitments that we have actually gone into a whole meeting to mobilize, how do you expect that we can actually leverage partnerships effectively within the United Nations? As a man danced, so the drums were beaten for him. Thank you.
By the way, can I just say,
Go ahead.
Brenda's not just your boss, she's all of our bosses.
That's true.
Go, Brenda. Thank you very much to the panelists. This has been such a riveting conversation. And, you know, I started off by saying an exceptional panel of leaders and thinkers. And I think that was quite the understatement. This has been extremely enlightening. We're not done with you yet. Our next section is going to be a response session where we have reflections from our respondents, who I will introduce in a second. That's going to be followed by an audience Q&A. We are running out of time for the next segment of our presentation. We've actually got another 15 minutes, so we really need to make it quite fast. The respondents I have, Lebogang Ramafoko, who is the chairperson of Tlanganisa Community Fund for Social and Gender Justice. We also have Donald Daya, Chief Executive Officer of the Pan-African Lawyers Union. No, panelists, don't go away. You're still on the hot seat. They're responding to you and asking you questions. Donald Daya, Chief Executive Officer of the Pan-African Lawyers Union. And lastly, Betty Wainaina, Program Director for the Multilateral Reform Program at New York University Center on International Cooperation. Respondents, let's please keep it short and sweet. Let's start with you, Lebogang.
Good afternoon and all protocol observed. This has been a remarkable session. And I think firstly, my first view is the fact that I think we need to acknowledge that in the past many years, what Africa was advocating for was a seat at the table. But the problem with advocating for a seat at the table is that you never ask whether or not you will be best served by a rectangular table or an oval table or a round table. And with some of the crises, the many crises, polycrises that we are facing in the world, I think the time of just asking for a seat at the table is over. I think we are at a time where we actually need to ask ourselves whether or not we should be sitting at the table to start up with. And I think a number of the panelists have spoken about that. I come here representing an organization that funds social movements, and I do agree completely with how particularly funding, the division of issues, the issue of money has divided civil society. And the more we professionalized it, is the more we have had sanitized values of ourselves. It takes me back as a South African to the time of the United Democratic Front, where churches, leaders, and everybody stood and said, freedom is going to happen and freedom is going to happen now. And I think right now, what will enhance and make sure that we build a UN and AU that serves us is if we go back to those social movements and build capacity of the social movements. We cannot be sitting here and really not understanding that in the way that we even govern Africa, we leave out women, we leave out young people, we also leave out a number of marginalized communities. We cannot deny the fact that when we lead in Africa, civil spaces are shrinking. And some of these agendas are driven from outside. When you look at the assault on sexual and reproductive rights in Africa, they are actually engineered outside of Africa. So what is the kind of political consciousness that we need to bring in our continent? And for me, what I want to say is that I think a number of the panelists expressed it in a number of ways. But I think what African states must do is to prioritize democratic and inclusive governance and understands that, in fact, we are sitting at a push and pull level where what we do in our own communities, how we resources the voices of those that we leave behind is going to be what makes us much more effective at these forums. I also agree with Heba quite a lot that part of what we need to ask for is also decision-making. Representation is nothing if you are not making decisions, but tokenism. And I do think that there are a number of conversations that are taking place, climate financing, just transition, and a whole lot of issues that are, that are taking place, where we need to take decisive action around what is our agenda. I wish we could learn from other countries who, when they even go, COP is going to be happening in a few months. They go as a unit. For Africa, we go as individuals to ask for breadcrumbs. And it's because, and we need to ask ourselves where it comes from. I think it comes from the fact that because we are powerful, we need to be divided. But we have made that division our own narrative by the way we self-perpetuate it. And I do think that the answer of how we are going to be united is not going to be won by states alone, but there are a number of civil society organizations. And dare I say, many of them are women-led institutions, women-led who don't even have a label, who are sitting there without the funding. And I think, lastly, we should not waste a crisis. We are having a crisis of resources. We saw how our dependency has just had that money being taken away from us. I think it's our time to go to the drawing board and ask ourselves questions. We need, in South Africa, when the president calls us, normally on a Sunday evening, we're saying we are having a family meeting. Africa needs to have a family meeting and ask ourselves very pertinent questions about where did we go wrong and how are the ways in which we are going to rethink our participation in these global platforms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lebo. I'm going to move directly on to Donald, followed by Betty. If we can please keep it short and sweet.
Thank
Over
you.
to you.
Thank you, Ratile. You asked that, I wasn't going to, but you asked that perhaps we frame what we say as questions or as provocations, I think, for our panelists as we engage in a dialogue with ourselves. And I really like to pick from where Lebohang has stopped about us having a family meeting and have an agenda for that. I think we need to co-create a Pan-Africanism quotient, a POQ, with which we will judge individuals, with which we will judge institutions, and with which we will judge our countries on what they're really doing. I think the kaleidoscope of emotion between our four panelists, from the optimistic to the non-optimistic or to the pessimistic to the point of pain, is that we have a framework for almost anything you can think of. We have a good treaty or a good charter or a good plan of action or a good common African position on everything, even on AI. In June last year, a continental AI strategy was adopted with 15 clear action points. So the question is, why are people not implementing it? And why are they getting away with it? And in the family meeting, what are we going to do about it? Serious social opprobrium, you know? Why do you take instructions from other people from France on how to vote in Addis, you know? And why do we let you get away with it? So we need to individualize, in my view, and practicalize this. And my question for the panelists and for us all is, let's begin putting criteria in there. IQ has its criteria, intelligence questions. EQ, emotional intelligence, has its criteria. In terms of continental criteria, we've got very good models from APRM, from the African Peer Review Mechanism. A single African has decided, Mo Ibrahim has decided to do his part and put his money to create the Mo Ibrahim Index. So we need to co-create criteria in which we'll judge Don't Dare. Don't Dare, we deployed you to civil society. You've been in civil society for 20 years. Beyond what you've said, what have you done? How do we assess you? And the same to people like Paul Biya, who finds time to go to any Africa, Italy, Africa, Japan, Africa, US, and so on, and has not been seen in Addis for 15 years, you know? So the other thing we need to do is to have an AU roll call. Were you there in person? What was more important than you being there in person? I'll give one other example, because I think we're looking for examples to give us hope. The role of African civil society organizations that work in the economic justice sphere to get us to where we are now in the negotiations towards the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, I think is a story that needs to be said over and over again to give us a sense of hope that not only can African states, but actually African citizens can cause change, tectonic change, even at the global level in our lifetime. It has to be remembered that the real father of the IFF movement is a Burundian professor of economics, Leonce Ndikumana. He's the one that began doing the research, the computations, and the writings that created what we now call IFFs. And then the AU took it up and formed the high-level panel on illicit financial flows from Africa, the Mbeki panel. And not only did we come up with a common African position on it, an AU assembly-level declaration adopting the report and requesting or directing Thabo Mbeki to implement, But part of the implementation was to assault the world and the UN with it. So the Mbeki panel is what led to the UN FACTI panel, the UN high-level panel on financing, accountability, transparency, and integrity. UN FACTI and the resolution adopting it is what led to the 2 resolutions that are now in a process of drafting the draft convention. And we have been fought, and it is African civil society, precisely the 7 members of the Stop the Bleeding Consortium that anchored Nigeria as our champion state, anchored all the states, helped with our international NGO friends, the Financial Transparency Consortium, to really corral the entire Global South vote. So every single Global North vote was against democratizing tax. Only Norway abstained in the first vote, and in last year's vote, they all voted no. But since we made sure the entire Global South were together, we got to where we are. From Thabo Mbeki, inside 15 years, we're doing a convention at the UN. So we can do it. Thanks. Oh yeah, and my second question to you is, the mistake we have made, apart from our daughter Nandi, the only other person in this room that's under 30 years is a staff of the ECOSOCC Secretariat. Yet we're talking about the future. I know your age. I know your age. I know your age. I know your age. I know how many times you've turned 18. But our question is, in what ways can we practically find ways of including, in talks about the future, those who will be in that future? Thanks.
And
Thank you very much,
our
Donald.
daughter Nandi gave up on us and left, it seems. Where is she?
Thank you very much for that, Donald. And I'm going to move on to Betty to make her reflections and then come back to the panel to answer 1 or 2 of the questions, give the audience 2 questions before we move on to the next segment of our program. Betty?
Thank you very much. I have the difficulty of being short and sweet when everyone has said everything. But one I think what Ambassador Kapambwe said really resonated to me, because it has been my experience working here in New York and working directly with member states, and particularly the Africa group, especially starting last year into this year on the financing for development. I think one of the things that we have to accept is that what tends to happen is that we've seen Africa shows up on the table. Africa wants a seat on the table. Then Africa shows up on the table waiting to hear what others have. And then once they hear what others have as their agenda, they calibrate their agenda based on what is being offered. And I think that is where sometimes we go wrong. We need to actually really be very clear and define what is our offering. I think what Dawn was describing is a process that was very discrete and very distinct and very targeted, and ensuring that you are saying nothing else but that. And we've faced a lot of pushback. Just recently, I listened to the IMF saying to us, you know, this IFF, actually, we are not even agreed on what illicit financial flows actually are. So it's very difficult to measure them. But we know what we mean when we are saying illicit financial flows. We know actually what the parameters are. We know what it is we are describing as outflows. And sometimes we need to just accept that we have come up with new nomenclature. We have come up with a new agenda, and it is okay for the world to accept and adopt our agenda and use the terminology that we're doing. But that also comes with, we need to sort out our shop. Because when I listened to William, and the reason I clap for you, William, is because what you said is true. We want we are talking about our peace and security architecture in Africa. I think recently I had the numbers, is about 65% of the funding to an architecture is funded by the EU. So whose exactly is it? Is it ours or is it the EU? Meanwhile, African countries are actually not meeting their assessed contribution to the African Union. They're defaulting. Yeah. Yet we actually want this institution that is ours, we are not supporting it. But in the other platforms that we are, where we are complaining we don't have a voice, where we are complaining we are underrepresented, we are very diligent. I have not seen us defaulting on our shareholder commitments in any of the other multilateral platforms, but we default on Africa. Are we actually serious about building the institutional architecture that will drive us? And my third point, I want to use this illustration, just allow me. My grandmother had 4 cows, and one of them was called Domi. Domi was, I can't remember what, I can't remember what the name of the breed was, but she had milky, very creamy milk. And so every time when the neighbors came, they said they want the milk that came from Domi. So my grandmother, being uneducated but illiterate but very savvy, she actually charged a premium for that milk. So if you got the other milk from the other cows, you paid a certain price. And if you wanted Domi's milk, she charged a certain higher price. Now, she treated Domi differently. She even bought a mattress for Domi so that Domi was treated very special because she was a special cow. I've been looking at the numbers on financing for development. ODA to Africa has been shrinking. I think last year, 2024, the numbers were 56 billion. This year, OECD has projected that there will be further cuts to sub-Saharan Africa of about 17%. So technically, that 56 billion will become something like 38 billion or 40 billion. That is what we are fighting over in terms of overseas development assistance. Yet, when you listen to the numbers that are flowing out in terms of illicit financial flows, when we look at what trade capacity we have in terms of unlocking output, when we look at our remittances, which are like at least 5 times over of what is coming in through our ODA, you wonder how we invest as government. Why is government investing so much diplomatic and other resources in convincing donors to give us this 38 billion? Yet our remittances is bringing over 200 billion. We don't actually factor in how do we engage our diaspora and how can we effectively be able to tap into this resource. We are not investing as we should in our own intercontinental trade. We are more focused on pleasing the donors who actually are giving us very little and asking for so much. So I think sometimes just how we define what our offering is, what our agenda is something that we need to think seriously about, so that we are not the ones who are being called to respond to China-Africa strategy, Brazil-Africa strategy, India-Africa strategy. Which one did I hear the other day that actually almost shocked me? Why is it that Africa, we don't have Africa strategy for engaging the UK? What is Africa's strategy for engaging Brazil? Where is that defined? Do we all know about it, and can we build it up? Sorry, I see
Thank you very much, Betty. I'm going to give our panel 2 panel members. You can decide amongst yourselves who would want to further reflect on the reflections and give a response. All right, I see there's a coin toss happening. Coin toss, rather.
Thank you for those reflections. Everything that was said, honestly, also resonated with me. So thank you for that. I'll just say 2 things maybe that came up as I was listening to all 3. The first one, Oratile, when you were speaking on us engaging, it reminded me of a report done by Afrobarometer in December last year. They put together the analysis that they gathered from about 39 countries that they had assessed in the year. And those of you who don't know, Afrobarometer is this fantastic African organization that does surveys, so really hears from ordinary people in each of our countries. And they're now hitting, I think, 40s of countries that they cover on the continent. And the paper was assessing, who do Africans trust? And only 3 groups or entities are trusted above 50% by ordinary Africans. The first one, religious leaders, I think it was at 66%. The second one, and then for civil society, are you working with religious leaders? So back to your point, Oratile, when you're talking about the churches also buying into the agenda of our liberation, because I don't think any of our countries that got freedom didn't have religious leaders also being part of that. So with whatever reformation we are talking about, How are we engaging with religious leaders? The second group that Africans trust, you will not believe this, I almost fell off my chair, the military. It explained what's happening in Central Sahel, right? Because if you're not trusting those who are ruling you, you are then putting your trust somewhere else. To me, it explained it. The third group of leaders were traditional leaders. Those were the only three. And then the least trusted out of the list of 10, at number 10 were opposition parties. And guess who was at number 9? Ruling parties. So who are we engaging? How are we engaging with African citizenry? Are we working together with the institutions and the actors that they trust so that we can catalyze the revolution we are starting in this room? The second point, Dawn, to
Jenna?
your issue on criteria, I'll be very succinct, yes.
Thank you.
Is Dawn is talking, and I think we should really run with it, the Pan-African quotient. The one I will add to the ones that you have spoken about is around ideological grounding. Because I think one of the reasons we have the problem we have today is the ideological vacuum of the people who are ruling us. When I was speaking about Tshisekedi, I can't stop up to today. I can't believe a head of state of a country as rich as DRC would stand in front of media and invite another country to come and rescue their country. Ideological vacuum.
I'll be very, very quick. I think
need you to do it in
Lebo,
literally
you
30
say,
seconds.
should we be sitting at the table or deciding whether it's rectangular or whatever? The table is broken. We know that. We're fighting so hard for seated a broken Security Council. Why not build a new table? And I think that's essentially the same point that all three of you have made when Betty says, you know, what is Africa's strategy for the world? Now it's the time to say, let's build the vision rather than being reactionary. And I would propose the quotient be what are the principles of a new system? So take it even beyond Africa to the world that works for us. And let's start building that vision of what do we want out of the international system that goes beyond the what I would call kind of tactical and goes to the strategic. So not just I want to see that the Security Council, but I want to see a system that serves me in the following ways. And that I think could be a new quotient altogether.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for keeping it short and sweet. We do have to move on very quickly to the next item on our agenda. But before we do that, I really do want to thank our panelists for their insights and their candor and, you know, their visions, as well as the respondents who gave us such thoughtful engagement. Moving on, we have now reached the final item on the agenda, being the moderated closing session, which is going to be hosted by Briggs Bomba, who is the Director of Programs at Trust Africa. Briggs is a leader in governance, democracy, and African agency, advancing citizen participation, social justice, and the continent's influence in global governance. I'll hand over to you, Briggs.
Madam Zuma will be with us in a minute. So We're just working out the technology, then we'll get started. Yeah, she's the one who needs to who's sending it. Colleagues, if we may take our seats, we are getting started. Madam Zuma, can you hear us? Please confirm.
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know whether you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear. So we will begin our session, colleagues. Madam Zuma, it is with great admiration and anticipation that I, as the host of your session, extend a warm appreciation to you for agreeing to join us at what we have called Africa at the United Nations 80th anniversary, the end of a historical cycle, and the next world order. It's a session that convenes African civil society, leaders, scholars, global stakeholders, to interrogate Africa's pivotal role in the evolving architecture of a new international order. Your participation is a profound honor, Madam Zuma, not least because it echoes the spirit of collaboration we shared a decade ago. I fondly recall your inspiring presence at Trust Africa's 10th anniversary celebrations in 2015 in Addis Ababa, where your insights ignited a renewed commitment to Africa's self-determined future. That moment remains a touchstone for many of us, underscoring the enduring power of visionary leadership in fostering continental unity. It is equally fitting to reflect on your trailblazing tenure as chairperson of the AU Commission, during which you played an instrumental role in crafting Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. This transformative blueprint, born of collective aspiration and resolve, continues to serve as a beacon for Africa's aspirations for long-term integration and prosperity. I'm also drawn to the poignant resonance of your letter to Kwame Nkrumah, a clarion call that envisioned a continent rising with unyielding agency, dignity, and justice for its peoples. These milestones are not mere historical footnotes, they are living testaments to your legacy of bold, forward-thinking stewardship. It is in this spirit that we invite you to deliver a keynote address that centers Agenda 2063 as a vital framework for Africa's collective response to our current historical juncture, which is defined by the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, a moment that signals the close of one era and the dawn of another. Madam Zuma, we are truly honored by your acceptance of our invitation and would like to invite you to address us now. Over to you, ma'am. With a big hand, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that long and kind introduction. I think it's afternoon there now, isn't it? So let me say good afternoon to all the esteemed participants. In the interest of time, I won't name all of you. But I also want to extend my deepest thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Deepest thanks to ECOSOCC, Trust Africa, Oxfam, and other collaborators. And it reminds me of, as you have said yourself, of the days when I was at the AU and we collaborated very well. Now, with these seismic shifts in the global arena, and of course, UN aid signaling the end of an era and the dawn of a new era. Maybe the new era will be more multipolar than the 80 years that we have seen. But let me make a suggestion. What should be the UN agenda in the next 20 years? Amongst other things, because of time, I'll just mention a few. Amongst other things, I think it should deal with the three interdependent and interconnected issues. And let me quote one of the finest sons of our soil on the continent, Mr. Kofi Annan, when he was the Secretary General of the UN, United Nations. He said, there is no development without peace. And there is no peace without development, and neither without human rights. I think those issues must be central in the UN agenda, amongst other things that the UN is doing. But I think those must be central because we do want peace. We do want development. And of course, people expect human rights to be observed. And what will Africa's role be in the next 20 years? Or what should it be in the next 20 years? And I want to say, in the next 20 years, we don't have to be sitting and developing policies and so on. We have almost every policy that we need. And if we were to implement everything we have agreed with on as the continent, we will be well on our way to building the Africa we want, which is integrated, prosperous, peaceful, driven by its citizens, and so let me say the key to success will be unity. If we act individually, it won't work. But if we act as a united continent, we'll probably succeed. And I want to quote the late president of, the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, when he said, if Africa acts together, united, we can become one of the greatest forces for good in the world. But he also said, divided, we are weak. So let us unite and be that greatest force for good in the world. And I think if we also make sure that we implement Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, collectively, and that agenda needs all of us. It needs governments, it needs civil society, it needs private sector, it needs individuals, it needs academics, it needs everyone. And if all of us were to say, what is my role in the implementation of Agenda 2063? Define your role and implement. And just to recap on this Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, I would say that I will not go through it, but I would say there are certain things that we definitely have to mention here. We have to, as a continent, invest in our most precious resource. And what is our most precious resource? It's the people. Young people, old people, we must invest in them. And we are the youngest continent, so we are not going to be short of people, but we must invest in the young people and bring them to participate. As they say, and agree with them, they are not the future. They are the present and the future. So they have to participate in almost everything we do, but they must be skilled. That's why Agenda 2063 says there must be a skills revolution. And they must not only consume technology, but they must innovate, be creative. We've seen they have been creative in some areas, and M-Pesa is one of the examples I will mention, but there are many others. So let's invest in our most precious resource, the people. Because the people are the ones who can turn the resources, the mineral resources, into wealth. Those mineral resources underground will not be turned into wealth unless we, the people of this continent, do that. I also want to talk about, I've talked about unity, an integrated continent, politically united, and of course, based on the African Renaissance, Pan-Africanism. And let us stop worshipping these borders that were imposed on us. None of us ever drew those borders. But sometimes we worship them as though they are the best thing that ever happened. I think we must start by just refusing. I'm not a South African, I'm an African living in South Africa. Because the mind informs, the language informs attitude. So we must look at ourselves as Africans who live in various places, various parts of the continent, but who are Africans, first and foremost. And then I want to say, of course, we also want good governance. We want to make sure that the decisions we take in government are to the benefit of the people on the continent as a whole. We must not look at enriching ourselves and ignoring people. We must be responsive. We must be responsive to the needs of the people. And that way, they will also trust us. But in our Freedom Charter in South Africa, where I live, there's something that says the people shall govern, because it recognizes that governments should not just impose, but it must be responsive to what the people want. And that's what we must do also on the continent. We must prioritize conflict prevention. But part of preventing conflict is development. So we must ensure that we really develop. We have everything that it takes to be a developed country. All these developed countries, most of them, have developed on the resources from the African continent, but we haven't used those resources to develop ourselves. So I think that's one of the things we have to do. We have to beneficiate those resources so that we can be price callers and not price takers. So that we don't export jobs, because every time you export something raw, we are exporting jobs. We are also exporting revenue, because by the time that comes back as a finished good, probably you won't afford it because it's 10 times or even more expensive. So let's stop selling cheap and buying expensive. And we can do it. We just need to take a firm stand and do it. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be, I'm glad Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are beginning to make their own chocolate, but they should do it more, because I was looking at how much we get from selling cocoa beans collectively as a continent. It's about $8 billion US, but the chocolate industry is about $100 billion US. So you can see, cotton, 90% of our cotton is exported raw. And then we buy fabric. So why don't we make the fabric ourselves? So those are some of the things that Agenda 2063 says we must do. Even agriculture, we spending billions importing food. Why? 60% of the available arable land is on our continent. We have sunshine almost every day. We have water. We have the people. But why are we net importers of food? That must change. So in the next 20 years, that must change. When we say UN 100 years, all these things must have changed on our continent. And of course, culture, cultural identity, common heritage is very important. That's aspiration 5. We're not short of talent on the continent. Our creative industry can be huge. We know Nigeria has done quite a lot in that area, but we can all do it. That industry employs thousands of people. One film, yes, we see the actors and the actresses, but behind the scenes, there's a huge number of people employed to produce that film, just to make one example. let's implement in the next 20 years. Less talk, more action. And of course, we say the prosperity and everything must be driven by the people. And that means also women and youth. We're not excluding men. Men are already there. But if men do not bring women and youth, forget, Africa won't prosper. If women don't prosper, Africa won't prosper. But it would be a foolish thing to leave women and youth out of the development equation. Maybe let me make a ridiculous example. It would be like the best soccer team in the World Cup or anywhere deciding to field only half of its squad on the field and hoping to win. It will never win. So without women and youth, we will not, Africa won't rise. So they need to be part of everything, including access to finance. They need to be part of industrialization. But I also want to talk specifically about infrastructure. Infrastructure, social infrastructure, but also energy infrastructure, because we can't manufacture, we can't industrialize without energy. Ethiopia has given us a very good example with the Renaissance Dam, which they built themselves and the people without a single investor coming in. We can do it. They showed us it's possible. Energy. We have been talking about Ingas from time immemorial. You know, we talk about Inga, but we don't do it. So let us make sure that energy infrastructure, so that we all have sufficient energy to do what needs to be done. But we also need to be connected. We've got the Africa Continental Free Trade. Let's say we manufacture. How are the goods going to move across the continent if we're not connected? By rail, road, sea, air, and of course, technology, communication. We have to be connected. And then that way, we can really have goods flowing across the continent and our trade amongst ourselves increasing. But we also need to maybe look at what other people in the world have done. Some of the things they've done are good. We can look at them. Look at how the Airbus is manufactured. The Airbus components come from different countries in Europe. Yes, it's assembled in France. Why can't we do the same with other things, whatever we choose? We can even have a car, an African car. Components coming from different parts of, we build ships like that. The ocean, I want to talk about the ocean. I don't think there's any country that is surrounded by so many oceans like us. If I'm wrong, correct me. We have the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic, the Antarctica, the Red Sea, the Mediterranean. But what are we doing with that? The ocean is a huge economic frontier that we have neglected. And I think we should. We have a policy in the AU about the ocean, but what are we doing to implement? Have we all claimed the continental shelf? If we haven't, we must do it. And we must then plan properly and use the ocean as an economic frontier that it is. How can we really sit comfortably when 90% of our imports and exports are transported through the maritime highways, but we don't have a single ship that we own? And the majority of the people in those ships are not even Africans. So those are some of the things that I think we can, practical things we can do. And of course, I mentioned it a bit slightly earlier, the issue of feeding ourselves. Sankara, may his soul rest in peace, once said, "Who feeds you controls you." We must feed ourselves. There's something that worries me, that we don't even have seed banks anymore. So, but Africa can feed the world as well, can contribute to feeding the world after feeding ourselves, if we really utilize the resources that we have properly. And of course, we can also get into green industries to contribute to dealing with issues of climate change, even though we are not the cause. We didn't pollute to come to the point where we are now. But as good citizens, we must contribute to decreasing the carbon. So I know it's late. You were supposed to have finished earlier, so I shouldn't misuse your kindness. But let me say, we must work with the partners that agree with our agenda. And some of the partners are here. They've organized here. We continue working with the partners that partner us in what we want to do, not partners that tell us what to do. That's my view. Work with partners, but they must respect what we want to do and come to support us on what we want to do. But if we utilized all the resources we have properly, we can do everything we want to do. We will have the resources. We'll have the money to do what we need to do if we managed our resources well. And also, we must use our indigenous knowledge systems. There are lots of things that we know which are indigenous that we are neglecting that can be very useful. We must, I'm glad that there is an idea of building a medical school, for instance, which will be a Pan-African medical school that will teach doctors the way they are taught today. But in addition, they will be taught about our indigenous medicines. And there'll be a research center that researches on those. So I also want to say, let's write our stories. Let's tell our stories ourselves. But I'm told I'm running out of time. Thank you very much. And thank you for organizing this meeting. And I wish you all the best tomorrow. But I want to just end with a quote from Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela says that we can change the world and make it a better place. And we agree with him. We can change the world and make it a better place. And he says, it's in your hands to make a difference. And I agree with him. And we should agree with him. It is in our hands to make that difference. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you once again, Madam Zuma, for those insightful remarks and for posing some really provocative questions for us to ponder on as we pursue this mission to reclaim our agents and be co-architects of an emerging new world order that will center the dignity of Africans, that will center justice for Africans and people of African descent. Thank you, we are truly honored. Another big hand, please. We look forward to engaging with you again tomorrow as we huddle in a much more strategic manner to try and really figure out some of what you were posing before us to say, why are we not implementing what we already have? Why are we not using the resources that we already have? So we're going to get into that huddle and we'll be reaching out to you for that. Thank you very much. We would like to release you at this time.
Thank you very much. Enjoy New York.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so colleagues, we only have one remaining item on our agenda. As many of you know, from New York, one of the most significant moments that's coming up is the G20 process in South Africa. So we wanted to just get a teaser that can help us already orient our thinking in terms of connecting the two moments from New York to Johannesburg. And to help us in that regard, I would like to invite Tumi Dlamini in 5 minutes, just to give us insights on from New York to Johannesburg, from UNGA at 80 to the G20. Tumi, if you may step forward, please. Give her a big hand and encourage her as she comes. Yeah. Dr. Raj, you seem to be very good at your things. Please help.
Good afternoon, everyone. Colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tumi Dlamini, and it's an absolute honor for me to be with you this afternoon and to represent the government of South Africa to just share with you some of the work that we've been undertaking in terms of preparing for the G20, which we all know will be held in South Africa for the very first time on the African continent. I am a member of the coordinating committee for the G20 Social Summit. So I will speak very broadly about what the G20 represents, the work we've undertaken, why we are in New York, and
what lies ahead of us. That is what Brenda asked me to talk about. But before I start, I just want to let you know that the 24th of September is a day that's set aside in South Africa to mark our heritage as Africans. It is a day in which, as South Africans, we recognize the spirit of Ubuntu. And it's a day in which we also recognize our connectedness with the rest of the African continent. It is a day in which we acknowledge that on a daily basis, we have to give reflection and accept that as one, I am because you are, and you are because I am. And so when the presidency of the G20 moved from Brazil to South Africa, it was truly in that spirit that when South Africa had to make a decision about what would be the theme for South Africa's presidency, it came up with the theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And that's because, yes, we live in a world in 2025 that has never been more divided than we are today. So the issue of solidarity is not only important because of where we find ourselves now, but the issue of solidarity is important and significant because as a people of Africa, that is who we are. That reflects where we've come from. And so this theme is driven by our conviction that our challenges can only truly be resolved through cooperation, collaboration, and partnership. And so we continue to seek sustainable and innovative solutions through dialogues, through collaboration and partnerships such as all of you and organizations present today. And so South Africa's G20 presidency stands very firm in the belief that multilateral cooperation is not optional, it is an imperative. I have listened to engagements, I've listened to speeches this morning, and it has made me realize, and I think this is why we all are here today, that yes, multilateralism is an imperative, that we cannot be unilateral. But we've also recognized, and it has been acknowledged today, that multilateralism as it has existed over the past 8 years can no longer continue to be. Therefore, the question is, if we acknowledge that multilateralism is important, what is the multilateralism we seek to reflect? What is the multilateralism we seek to leave behind for our kids and to hand over to the next generation? And we do hope that with the G20 being in Africa for the very first time, we will begin to shape or at least make a contribution towards shaping that conversation about what multilateralism going forward needs to look like. So under the G20 presidency theme, we have a number of overarching priorities which are reflected in the Sherpa and finance tracks. The first of which is the strengthening disaster resilience and response, ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. And most recently, you will all know that the president of South Africa has recently appointed what has been termed the Global Inequality Commission, which will be headed by Professor Joseph Stiglitz. There are, of course, high-level deliverables, just like most of the G20 tracks that we've seen over the years. There are several task forces, one on inclusive economic growth, industrialization, Task Force 2 on food security, Task Force 3, artificial intelligence, data governance, and innovation for sustainable development. I won't go into any detail about why these specific task forces, because I think if we had listened, and as we were listening to this morning's deliberations, you can see how these task forces really truly reflect what we have been talking about. And so a review of the G20, of the work of the G20, this being the 20th year of the G20, is also underway, which is a reflection on some of the key achievements and the way forward. And this has been a high level, it's a qualitative assessment of progress against the G20's key commitments over the years. And the primary work and that we've been engaged with the South Africa, with all of our partners, and which we hope that we will hand over to the next country, assuming the presidency, of course, relates to the cost of capital review. And in this regard, there are also other deliverables, such as the Compact with Africa 2.0, which of course was started during the presidency of Germany, and an initiative on critical minerals. There are, of course, many other priorities that are being advanced: reforms of the multilateral trading system, addressing climate change, advocating for gender inequality, and most of these issues are cross-cutting over the number of engagement groups that are in place to look at different areas of focus in order to form the declaration that will be submitted to the Leaders Summit on the 23rd of November 2025. And now this brings me very quickly to the work of one of the engagement groups. There are in total 15, and I think most of us in the room have in one way or another been involved in their work: the Think Tank 20, Civil Society 20, Business 20, and so on. But I would like to give a little bit of focus to the G20 Social Summit. The G20 Social Summit was started in Brazil in last year, in November 2024, and it was the first kind of its engagement group. And of course, we will recognize Latin America as very much a strong partner in social justice activism, as well as social justice organization. And so it is within the context of the DNA of Latin America that they said the G20 platform often does not make space for some of the voices of society. So even though we do have a Civil Society 20, there are many other voices that do not make their way in through to the declarations and most of other conversations. Sorry, I think somebody's trying to call here. And so the government of Brazil asked South Africa if we would take this work on, and the government of South Africa agreed. And this is the social group, or rather the engagement group that I'm a part of. So what do we do in this social summit? So what we have done so far is that we have had a number of work streams. We have a number of work streams within the social summit. It is intended, of course, to be a part of, it gives commitment to our inclusive G20. And it has also been convened, and it will precede the Leaders Summit in November 2025. It seeks to place people, their dignity and voices at the center of the G20. There are a number of other unofficial engagement groups, so we have brought those on board. So while they are not part of the official engagement groups such as the B20, they have now found space and a home within the social summit. And this is important because there are many other engagement groups that have not been recognized under the G20, some of whom exist outside of South Africa. And with our partnerships with ECOSOCC, we've reached out to ECOSOCC, who are now our partners in delivering the G20 Social Summit. And we do hope that between now and November, we will be able to work with ECOSOCC to bring even more voices from the African continent to find space within the G20. And in that regard, I actually wish to thank William. I know he was here earlier on, and Nana, and Dr. Raj, who've really been instrumental in making sure that the G20 Social Summit does not just become a South African initiative, but a truly African initiative. So in terms of our presence at UNGA, we have come to UNGA like many other people for various reasons. from a G20 social perspective, it's truly been to make sure that we raise awareness around the existence of the G20 Social Summit. But more importantly than that, it's to seek advice. It's to seek solidarity. It's to also to seek views and comments from all of you, from all of our partners around what are around what are the issues that need to really be contained in those declarations. But beyond November 2024, there is a lot of work ahead of us. And so we have to think as well around, we have a new presidency coming on board after South Africa. The G20 Social is only in its second year. And so we have to think about legacy issues. You know, every G20 president carry on the work of the old presidency or not, to start its own work or not. So we have to ask of ourselves, if the G20 Social is such an instrumental part of the G20 because it brings on board those voices that may not necessarily find expression in an ordinary G20 table, then what is our role in the next 12 months? How do we ensure that we keep the G20 social, whether the G20 Social itself or the actual issues that are contained within the G20 Social, how do we keep those alive going forward until we hand over to either the next presidency in November or the presidency after that? And that is a question that does not just belong to South Africa, it belongs to all of us. And we do hope that when we sit down, fortunately, Brenda's extended an invitation to me for tomorrow. So either tomorrow or any time between tomorrow and November, we will have time to think about the legacy, what comes after November. What are the thematic areas? I will touch very quickly on those. Obviously, health, education, AI and innovation, youth development, gender equality, climate justice, and very broadly, economic inclusion. And economic inclusion, of course, is quite broad. It speaks to SMEs, informal sector, but it also speaks to macroeconomic issues such as cost of capital, such as debt sustainability, and so on. So we have a number of these work streams that are looking at each of these areas. And when you do come to South Africa in November, you will see that the program also reflects the themes that have been identified. So we haven't completed the work of the G20. And that means that between now and November, we continue to want to hear from you, to shape how we deliver on this mandate. And so my plea today and my call is to say, the G20 Social Summit is open to engaging with you, and we want to have platforms. So whatever platforms are in place, if you feel that you would love to invite us or you would love to come to G20 social engagements, that is very much open. And New York to Johannesburg, well, we hope for intensified outreach in African member states. Of course, at home, we will have a multi-stakeholder forum, but given that this is not just a South African initiative, we're in partnership with ECOSOCC to see how in the remaining few weeks, we can also meet some of the stakeholders outside of South Africa and the EU, as well as other parts of the world. Existing platforms, we would love to reach out to Oxfam. Yesterday, we had a very good session in the morning where we had Oxfam International represented, UNAIDS, and many other institutions, and would love to also continue to use platforms and meetings such as those to not only talk about what we are doing, but also to gain feedback from yourselves in terms of what the G20 Social Declaration should contain. And diaspora engagements is a very big part of the work that we will be doing. We continue to engage with our diaspora through representative organizing groups, particularly in the USA. And in that regard, again, our hope is that we will have input from those groups. So from here, well, I'm not I'm not reflecting my presentation, but I thought I would give you a nice view of what South Africa looks like. But with those, I wish to thank you all and to say, Siyanamugela, you are welcome. Bienvenue, bienvenido, alawan, salan. Welcome to Johannesburg, South Africa 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, wow, wow. What a morning. What a morning. I think this morning delivered what we anticipated. We came here to reflect on Africa's lived experience of the UN. We were positive in many ways, looked at what the UN has been for the continent and what the UN has not been. The one thing that didn't come out, which I was hoping would, is an acknowledgement that perhaps had it not been for the UN, many of our countries would still be under colonialism. We obtained independence through a UN resolution in 1960, many of us. That was useful. In so many ways, looking at the challenges that have been highlighted here, one would say that the UN has reached the OAU moment of 1999, where we should acknowledge that the UN was useful for certain things, but now it's time for change. We've touched on the need for the UN Charter review. It's everything. The Charter is the Grundnorm. It's the Constitution. If the Constitution is not correct, then no other act can be correct. We didn't have time to get into the details of the UN 80, the reform process that's happening at the UN, which has acknowledged that the UN over the years has created mandates and mandates and mandates. Those mandates and institutions that have been created were attempts to resolve what can't be resolved without going back to the basics. So I hope Heba made enough noise that we really need to get on the bandwagon and see how we can advocate for Chapter 109 to be revoked and for us to open up the Charter and make sure that the Charter does meaningfully include us as stakeholders, but also opens up meaningfully to make sure that the issues and the challenges that affect Africa beyond peace and security, although peace and security largely is a symptom to a lot of things that also Madam Zuma referred to. Without development, there can be peace and security. It's all connected. So we really need to move forward. Partnership, I won't go into details. So I can't even begin to unpack everything that was said this morning, but perhaps to just acknowledge the wealth and wisdom that came into this space from Madam Zuma, who will still continue being with us tomorrow, to the role that Ambassador Basso played in even making sure that Madam Zuma comes into our meeting. And also Ambassador Kapambwe raised a lot of things. I mean, he took us to a thinking, a challenge to say, look, you're only given what you negotiate, right? We'll start from there. I mean, even just looking at our representation here. As Oxfam, I always remind myself that I'm African before anything else. And one of the things that I'm trying to do is meaningful. Ensure that, as negotiations are happening, it's not just the states that are doing that, because they do it, they have presence. We as civil society need to also see how we can enhance our capacity to constantly engaging these spaces. So we have a lot of work to do. So looking forward to tomorrow. We're now eating into the next meeting. But however, we started this meeting with a song, and we are going to end with another song. So without further ado, may I invite to the podium Nandi Soliana Gabe to give us another piece. Yeah, she will sing Imagine. Stand up. Backup for which one? Okay. Yes, give Nancy a minute. A lot. By who? You can. Karaoke. Right. Is it? I can't hear.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of a man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world today. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one.
Thank you. Thank you. We still have plenty of food. Let's finish food. We cannot think unless we feed ourselves. we need to make sure that we feed ourselves, starting with the food that we see before we grow anything.
Hello, hello. So we wish to thank you for all the participants for joining us for the morning session. We are the next 15 minutes or so, we'll start with the afternoon session, which is the leadership for women in leadership. So in the meantime, we set up for the next session. Please, you can grab something quickly to eat and give us like 10, 15 minutes. We set up to start the next session. Yes, so in this 10, 15 minutes, you can also take maximum pictures. We have the banner at the back. So you can have group photos and use that 10, 15 minutes for group photos. Have a quick bite, please.
Hello? Hello? Hi. We forgot to thank our moderator. Thank you, Oratile. You anchored very well. Thank you so much. Coming. Thank you to our special moderator who flew all the way from Johannesburg. Thank you, Oratile. Thank you so much. And in absentia, thank you to the second moderator that we had, Briggs Bomba, Brigadier General. And to all of you for showing up. Let's continue. The revolution is only starting now. Woo!
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, hello, hello. We are going to start shortly. You can conclude on the hugs so that we start. We have some online audience and we don't want to keep them waiting for too long. So we should be starting soon. You are all very welcome to this bold dialogue. Just in case you're checking if you're in the right room, you're in the right room. I'm going to request that we begin to make our way to the front seats so that we can have an intimate, cozy conversation. I'm going to request my speakers to begin making their way to the front so that in about 5 minutes, we start.
Good afternoon, everyone. So once again, we are ready now for the afternoon session. I know, Mr. Bright, you want to sing. I will call you up here if you. So please, let's help me to reconvene everyone. The presiding officer is outside. So we're starting the afternoon session on bridging opportunities for transformative leadership. But before we start, we have in our midst a very eminent artist, in the name of Sheila de Graaf. Sheila de Graaf part our diaspora constituency. We will also be joined shortly with our sister Kimberly. But Sheila, I will not introduce you now. I will introduce you after your song item. But I kindly invite you to join us here in front to perform a cultural item, but also to welcome all these bold men and women in this room for the bowl session. So Sheila, please join us for your cultural item.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sheila de Graaf from Haiti. While we are talking about Africa today, I'm here to bring attention to Haiti, the first Black Republic nation. At this time, we need help. Haiti needs help. Please stand up for Haiti, speak up for Haiti. Haiti need help. Okay? This song I'm gonna sing is called Africa's Still a Queen. It's about unity for us Africans. Go. Hello, hello, Africa, dis comment tu vas? Écoute-moi, Africa, je chante pour toi. Hello, hello, Africa, c'est une nouvelle ère. Ouvre-moi tes bras, Africa, oui, je viens vers toi. Je sais que tu pleures encore. Oui, malgré nos efforts, ils ont volé ton or. Ils ont fouetté nos corps. Oh, que de peine. Jamais plus de chaîne. Come on, let me hear you. Hello, hello, Africa. How are you today? Listen to me, Africa. Got something to say. Hello, hello, Africa. It's so Open for me, Africa. I'm coming your way. Children, where have you been? If you don't know where you've been, then you don't know who you are. Children, what have you seen? If that light you haven't seen, how can you follow your star? Let me hear you. Africa vient donc sur scène, ô toi belle reine. Non, non, jamais plus de chaîne sur ta peau d'ébène. Africa vient donc sur scène, ô toi belle reine. Non, non, jamais plus de chaîne sur ta peau d'ébène. Oh, Africans from all over, the time is now to love each other. Oh no, we cannot stand alone. Only together we'll be strong. Yes, Haiti, Africa, we have to be strong. And don't forget about us, Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, we all one. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila, for that wonderful reminder that as Africans, as people from the global south, music truly, truly defines us. So before we start, I will request all of us to take up our seats. And I think most of us have experienced the heavy traffic in New York this time around. So we shall not wait for everyone to arrive. We shall kick off the along the way. All right? It's a conversation about democracy. So we are going to try and be as democratic as we can. Okay. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, brothers, sisters, good afternoon. It's such an honor to see all of us here. It's been a whole week of conversations for majority of us, and here we are for this bold conversation. My name is Sarah Nanyondo Okelo, and I serve as the head of programs at Akina Mama wa Africa, and I'm very honored to be your moderator for this event this afternoon. Allow me to start on a personal note. When I was at home, in the heaviness of preparations for this bold conversation, my daughter overheard me on a phone call mentioning the word bold and New York. So she asked me with her eyes squinted, "Mommy, you're traveling to New York for a bold conversation. What does a bold conversation look like, sound like, and seem like?" That question still lingers with me. And I guess when most of us received the invitation of bold, we asked ourselves, bold. Why bold? How bold? And what do we need to be bold about? But perhaps the boldness that we are looking for looks like the sacrifices all of us make every day. All of us have made to be here in the first place, leaving our families, leaving our friends, leaving our comfort, and most often going into the uncertainty that this world of fighting for justice presents us with. Perhaps it looks like women, men, and allies across Africa and Latin America who refuse to be silent in the face of democratic reversals, authoritarianism, and rising inequalities. And perhaps that boldness looks like this very room that is filled with leaders from across the world who refuse to whisper, but decide to speak boldly about the injustices and the kind of leadership that we need that is full of possibilities. And Shayla, the musician, has just reminded us that we need to be bold in our sound, bold in our act, and bold in how we advance justice for not just Africa, but the global majority. So that is going to center us. That is going to be the framing of our conversation. And to kick us off, this event has been co-created by a group of partners. The previous conversation mentioned the need for partnerships, the need for collaborations, the need for us to always and always come together. So we are seeing this in action already. We've always seen it. So I will request the three co-conveners of this event to just step forward to the podium to center us and ground us on why this bold conversation, why at this moment, and what we need to do to advance democratic governance within the Global South, starting with the Kina Mama wa Africa, the African Union ECOSOCC, and Geledes from Latin America. Over to you, Eunice.
Thank you, Sarah. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, brothers and sisters, all protocol observed. We are here to celebrate many birthdays, but I'll start with one that is personal, which is Akina Mama wa Africa's birthday. We are celebrating 40 years of weaving feminist futures. So we are glad that we are still here. One of my favorite songs is by Beyonce, which is We Are Here. So we are glad that we are still here. It has not been a straight journey, but because we are here, we celebrate. 40 years means many things. I won't say what it means to women, but I know for most women, 40 is the new 30. When you turn 40, you become unapologetic, you become bold, you are unwilling to take, I shall not swear. So anyway, let me get back to my opening remarks. So on behalf of our partners who are here, we welcome you heartily. Thank you so much for sparing the time to come and be with us. We do not take it for granted because we know there's so much going on, a lot of talk going on, a lot of spaces have been organized, but you found it befitting to come and be here with us to have this bold conversation. So bold is really bridging opportunities for leadership and democracy, but it can mean anything to you. So we are here to reflect, we are here to reimagine, and we are here to restate the kind of leadership that Africa wants. Earlier in the morning, we had what is it that Africa wants, but this afternoon we are going to focus on the leadership that Africa wants, especially for a time such as this, when we need to safeguard gender equality, justice, and democracy. We know that we are celebrating many things, 30th anniversary of Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Of course, as feminists, we celebrate that. When it was adopted in 1995, we were so glad. We broke out in song, we broke out in dance. We thought finally our liberation is here. But lo and behold, we are still here decrying the same things. But we note that there was progress, there's been progress. The landscape changed, there were some shifts. But we also know that right now we are in a world that is quite volatile, is quite uncertain, it's complex, it's ambiguous, with persistent and emerging challenges that are threatening our hard work. So I won't repeat what we all know, the challenges that we still face. But we hope that this dialogue will really center the conversation around the leadership that we want. What's the kind of that leadership? What are the principles that need to underpin
the kind of leadership that we want. We are all horrified, at least some of us, that many countries are and militarism, and less on investing in citizens and their needs. So is that the kind of leadership that we want? As feminists, we know the kind of leadership that we want. But unfortunately, the kind of feminist leadership that we want still remains elusive in many spaces. The kind of leadership that seeks to build consensus, the kind of leadership that is willing to share power, the kind of leadership that is willing to exercise power in ways that promote equity, justice, and fairness, and the kind of leadership that leads to transformation. So we will not tire to keep pushing for that kind of leadership. Earlier this morning, we heard from Madame Zuma that Africa is not short of policies, but what is missing is implementation. I am soon turning 50. When I joined the civil society ward, that's what we used to say. Africa is not short of policies. What we are short of is implementation. Sometimes I wonder how we keep going as civil society. We still say the same things I had when I joined as a young, slim woman with no children. Don't dare remember that. All hoping to change the world in one day, and here we still are. So is it about the policies? If Africa truly has good policies, how come they do not translate? Is it that we are not investing enough in thinking? I just Googled earlier, Africa has over 500 think tanks. Can we name them? In this country where we are, the US has over 2,000 think tanks. But it's very easy to see how those think tanks actually inform and shape the policies that prevail in this nation. Why is it that our think tanks are not shaping the policies that we need? So we need to ask that. Why is it that our own indigenous knowledge is not informing and shaping our policies? Why is it that we continue to privilege Western and not the rest or the global majority? If you are a student, it's very hard for you to actually quote African writers. So it's something that we need to think about. And so the reason why we are here for this bold conversation is so that we can get to think deeply about what will move the needle on the leadership that Africa needs, and perhaps build a common global majority agenda for inclusive democratic governance that will lead to improvements in the material well-beings of African citizens. Mine was simply to welcome you. We have panelists that are going to do a great job of thinking, helping us to learn and relearn. But it's not the panelists alone. We are all here in this family gathering for us to be able to think together, co-create together, and hopefully inform and come up with very, very concrete ways that will actually move us to the next level. Thank you very much. I'll now invite our co-partner, ECOSOCC, to give opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Executive Director and members of Akina Mama Africa, distinguished colleagues, partners, and sisters in the struggle. It is an honor to join you today at this historic convening board, bridging opportunities for transformative leadership and democracy. Allow me, on behalf of the African Union's Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, to extend my deep appreciation to Akina Mama wa Africa and Geledes Instituto da Mulher Negra, I think the pronunciation is good, for partnering with us to make this timely platform possible. The year 2025 carries profound meaning. We mark 30 years since the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and landmark blueprint that reminded the world that the empowerment of women is not an option, but an imperative for justice, democracy, and development. And yet, 3 decades on, we gather in a world where democratic recession, rising authoritarianism, anti-gender movements, and structural inequalities continue to threaten those hard-won gains. As one of the first presiding officers of ECOSOC to stand before this platform, I speak with both humility and conviction. The African Union has placed gender equality and the new public health order at the heart of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Recognizing that the future of our continent, and indeed the world, cannot be secured without women's leadership. But today's reality demands that we go beyond representation. Representation alone has not dismantled patriarchy. It has not uprooted racialized power structures. What is needed is the redistribution of power itself. Transformative leadership that reimagines political spaces, shifts cultures of governance, and makes inclusion irreversible. This is why Bold matters by bringing together women leaders from Africa and Latin America. We are not simply exchanging experiences. We are forging South-to-South solidarity. Solidarity that counters backlash. Solidarity that affirms our collective power. Solidarity that insists democracy must be intersectional, feminist, and rooted in racial and gender justice. At ECOSOC, we know that civil society is the beating heart of this agenda. Across our continent, women's movements have been the first responders to crises, the innovators of democratic practice, and the custodians of accountability. As presiding officer, I am committed to ensuring that these voices are not only heard, but institutionalized at the center of the African Union's governance and decision-making structures. My charge to all of us here is simple. Let us not leave this room with beautiful words alone. Let us live with commitments that will outlast us. Commitments that will make Beijing 30 not a memorial, but a turning point. Commitments that ensure young women and girls can inherit institutions that are just, inclusive, and accountable. To the leadership of Akina Mama wa Africa, ECOSOC is very appreciative of your collaboration. Once again, welcome to the ECOSOC family. We not only want to extend our wishes of renewing this partnership for next year's CSW or UNGA, but also the 2026 ECOSOC Citizens Forum. The future we are here to build must be feminist. It must be bold. And it must be shared. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ECOSOCC, for re-echoing that the future must be feminist, the future must be bold, and the future must be shared. If there's one thing all of us need to leave this place with, at least those three statements matter a lot for the future and the possibilities that we want. At this moment, allow me invite the third partner who has made this possible. That is Geledes. Leticia, you're welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a profound honor to be here represent Geledes Black Women Institute, a pioneering Black women organization in Brazil that for nearly 4 decades has been at the forefront of the struggle against racism, sexism, and all forms of oppressions. I want to begin by underscoring something historic, the creation of a stakeholder group of people African descent, a formal mechanism for the official participation of African descent civil society, was led by a Black women organization in Brazil. This is not only about political achievement, but a symbolic one. It proves that the long history of exclusion of African descent communities from decision-making spaces can and must be transformed by building institutional mechanisms that recognize our leadership, our rights, and our contributions. We meet today in the framework of Beijing Plus 30 and UN 18 at a time when democracy itself is under threat. Across the global south, we face authoritarian tendencies, anti-gender movements, climate crisis, and deepening inequalities. These forces disproportionality affect African descent communities, especially women and youth. For us, democracy cannot be reduced to representation. It must also mean redistribution of power and dismantling of structural racism that continues to shape global governance. From our perspective in Latin America and in alliance with Africa, we see the urgence of South-to-South collaboration, and it's especially powerful to share this space with Akina Mama Africa, an organization whose trajectory, like ours, demonstrates the power of Black women leadership to create change across generations and regions. The African Union's, this year, decision to embrace reparatory justice for African and African descents as a political priority. This is a strong example of how principles can be translated into concrete actions. This is a lesson and an inspiration because our solutions must be grounded in solidarity and collective power. At Geledes, we also affirm that civil society itself reforms and renews. In its ability to articulate across regions, in the health of knowledge, it accumulates our diverse agendas, and its uninterrupted commitment to building a better and possible world. We are not only respond to an UN reform process, we are also showing how our movements are reforming global governance from below by insisting that racial justice, gender equality, and democracy are inseparable. As we open for this dialogue, I want to leave us with a call. Let this not be just another conversation. Let us commit to transformative leadership that is intersectional, rooted in your lived realities, and built and now to reimagine democracy in service of the peoples who have always been pushed to the margins. Together, between African and Latin America, and through alliances such as this one with Akinamama Africa, we have the power to ensure that the future of the United Nations is on that finally reflect our voices, our histories, and our demands for justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leticia, for reminding us that gender equality, racial justice, democracy are not inseparable from the broader development agenda. Thank you so much, and that is much appreciated. So Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, siblings in this struggle, we are progressing on our agenda. And before I proceed, I would like to convey our sincere apologies for one of the speakers that we had expected to be here. That is the Honorable Winnie Byanyima, the Executive Director of UNAIDS. She just received a call for an urgent bilateral engagement, but because of the kind of leader that she is, she delegated someone, and I want us to appreciate that person for listening to the call and jumping in quickly to come and deliver the keynote address for this bold conversation. Let us first give her a round of applause for her commitment to this struggle. So to deliver the keynote address today is Miss Awa Dabo, a human rights lawyer with extensive experience in crisis recovery, peace building, transitional justice, humanitarian affairs, and development. She currently serves as the director and deputy head of the UN Peace Building Support Office. Over her career with the United Nations, Ms. Dabo has held senior positions, including Chief of Country Oversight and Support of the UNDP Regional Bureau for Africa, Senior Advisor and Head of Crisis and Fragility Policy, and UNDP Country Director in Tanzania. She has also worked across Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe, serving in roles from Crisis Coordinator for Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, to Transitional Governance and Reintegration Specialist in Geneva, and Chief Technical Specialist in Africa. So when you talk about building South to South solidarity, I think she is a true representation because she has realities of different contexts in terms of lived experiences, in terms of work, and in terms of guiding technical and policy reforms. And in all these roles, Ms. Dabo has advanced justice, equality, and transformative leadership. So it is my distinct honor to now invite her to deliver the keynote address. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Although I think I'm going to tell my colleagues, my staff to cut the bio a little bit. It's very long. I didn't realize it was that long, but thank you. And yet, in spite of all that, I think we can all agree that I am not as bold as the lady who should be standing right here, who epitomizes boldness and leadership, political leadership. She was very sad not to be here. She called me at very last minute, and I had to run to come because, of course, when the big sister calls, you have to come. And I'm very happy to be here. I also have to say that, so I've worked in the United Nations now for 25 years, but worked for African NGO for a very short time, for 3 years. But it was really refreshing to hear the songs. It's a long time since I've done that. I have to say it's a whole different life, but it's one I really, really loved. I really miss the energy and the spirit and the camaraderie and the togetherness of civil society, which I have to say you don't really see much in the UN, which is still very stiff. very bureaucratic, very different. So I really enjoyed that, and I'm very, very, very happy to be here. So with those few words, let me just read my presentation or my remarks. Excellencies, distinguished leaders, sisters, and allies, it is a profound honor to join you at this important gathering. And I want to thank all of you, the organizers, for convening this very bold conversation and for bringing together women leaders from Africa and Latin America at such a defining moment. We gather together under the theme of bridging opportunities for transformative leadership and democracy in the spirit of Beijing +30 and the African Union's vision of justice, equality, and democratic renewal close to all of our hearts. The year 2025 marks not only 3 decades since the world's most ambitious commitment to women's rights was agreed in Beijing, but it is also a turning point in how seriously we are willing to act on that vision. 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action affirmed what should never again be up for debate, that the rights of women and girls are not separate, not secondary, or not negotiable. They are human rights. This declaration has helped power advances in critical areas, from women's political participation to education, from mental health to recognition of gender-based violence as a global priority. 3 decades later, systematic barriers worldwide still keep women from exercising real political power. Patriarchal norms to dictate who belongs in leadership and who does not. Regressive political environments, rising authoritarianism, anti-gender movements, and the erosion of democratic institutions are rolling back hard-won rights, shrinking civic space, and even putting women leaders and defenders at risk of harassment, of exclusion, and of violence. The UN Secretary General reminded us on Monday at the high-level event on 30 years that no nation has yet achieved full equality for women and girls. The hard-won gains are now under attack. Technology is amplifying hate and bias. A wave of misogyny is rolling across the world. Let us be clear. The unfinished business of Beijing is not just about women. It is about democracy itself. It is about justice, it is about peace, it is about security, and it is indeed one of the defining challenges of our time. This struggle is universal, and its burdens are not equally shared. Women leaders in the global south are always disproportionately impacted by structural inequalities. Across Latin America and in Africa, women in politics contend with fragile institutions and a shrinking civic space, with corruption, with disinformation, and relentless attack on civic freedoms. Economic inequalities, debt burdens, and climate shocks strain communities and political systems, leaving women to shoulder immense responsibilities without the power to shape the decisions that affect them the most. And yet, despite these headwinds, women across the global south are leading movements. They're shaping debates, and they're anchoring renewal, from parliamentarians and grassroots peace builders in Africa to Afro-descendants and indigenous women in Latin America defending land rights and democracy. They are not only demanding a seat at the table, they are rebuilding the very table of democracy itself. Women's presence in parliament and cabinet matters. And the truth is, that alone is not enough for it to be translated into real power. Representation alone is not enough. Redistribution of power is essential. Quotas can open doors, but inside these doors, there are still rules that are written by patriarchal systems that resist transformation. What we need now is not just more women in politics. We need women in politics to reshape politics itself. This requires structural reform. It requires electoral systems that do not penalize women candidates. I come from Gambia myself, and I personally have seen that, not necessarily me in politics, but I know that certainly happens. Political financing that supports women's campaigns, constitutions and laws that guarantee equality in practice, and not only on paper. We need political parties that open leadership pipelines for young women and protection mechanisms for women leaders and defenders who bear the brunt of the backlash. My office, which is the United Nations Peace Building Support Office, has seen firsthand that peace and democracy are more resilient when women lead. Where women participate meaningfully in peace processes, agreements are more durable. Where women shape governance, societies are more just. But this requires genuine transfer of resources, of authority and decision-making power, not just symbolic inclusion. This principle is also enshrined in Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Recognized 25 years ago that women's participation is indispensable to lasting peace. And today, as the pushback against women's rights intensifies and civic space narrows, reaffirming WPS agenda is more urgent than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, the lessons of Beijing are clear. For decades, women's movements have carried the burden of proving why equality matters, why inclusion strengthens democracy. That case has already been made. The time for persuasion is over. The time for change is now. Another lesson is solidarity across the regions. That is indispensable. The story of Beijing itself was one of global solidarity, where women from the global south brought their realities to the global stage. Today, as authoritarian and anti-rights movements learn from each other, so too must feminists and Democrats and peace builders to build South-South alliances that are bold and that are unbreakable. And finally, leadership itself must be reimagined. Transformative leadership does not mean assimilating into patriarchal models of power. It means reshaping leadership around care, around empathy, around justice, around accountability, around inclusion, the qualities that the world so desperately needs now. Africa has shown what this can look like. The Maputo Protocol remains a global standard on women's rights. The African Union continues to anchor debates on governance and democratic renewal. African women's movements have driven continental reforms and reshaped peace processes. And Latin America, too, has pioneered very bold innovations. Feminist constitutional reform, parity laws that expand women's representation, and vibrant movements of indigenous and Afro-descendant women that have shifted national agendas. Together, Africa and Latin America can indeed shape a vision of democracy that is inclusive, that is transformative, and that is grounded in solidarity and justice. This vision resonates with the 80th United Nations General Assembly that we are all here for today, the theme of which is building the future together. For the Global South, building the future together means harnessing solidarity across regions, investing in creativity that draws on indigenous knowledge and digital innovations, and championing feminist leadership that transforms systems and not merely integrates into them. The Pact for the Future adopted at last year's Summit of the Future reinforced this vision, recognizing that gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls are essential for sustainable development, peace, and human rights. It commits the international community to remove structural barriers, to address gender-based violence, and to ensure women's full participation in public and political life. For us, it offers not just affirmation, but guidance, a reminder that global renewal will only be credible if women's leadership is at its core. For my office, the UN's Peacebuilding Office, these commitments are central to the work that we do. Local women peace builders are often the first responders in crisis, and they are the bridge builders in a divided society. They deserve not just recognition, they deserve resources, and they deserve space for leadership. National ownership of peace building and governance is strongest when women and young people are meaningfully included, not as tokens, but as decision makers. And defending women's leaders and defenders is essential to sustaining peace itself. And this is why the SG's Peacebuilding Fund, which we manage, prioritizes gender equality and women's leadership, including through initiatives that co-create projects with women's organizations and ensures that they influence national priorities. So finally, in this context, we must draw more than ever on the first-hand knowledge and experience of countries that are affected by conflict. The Pact for the Future's universal invitation to member states to develop national prevention and peace-building strategies cannot be more relevant. The Peace-Building Commission that we also support, which is the political forum within the United Nations, also remains a vital forum for peace-building, political, technical, and financial support for such strategies, and especially as it considers to foster greater South-South and triangular cooperation. Importantly, the Commission is guided by a gender strategy adopted in 2016, making it the first intergovernmental body to do so, and ensuring that women's empowerment and gender equality are central to its work. Sharing lessons on how to foster great inclusion in peace processes, institutional reform, and sustainable development is essential. These experiences are diverse, from women's mediator networks in the DRC, which we've supported, managing local conflicts peacefully, to Papua New Guinea's recently launched national prevention strategy, which includes women, peace, and security goals. These are just a couple of examples that reminds us that inclusive peace building is not theoretical. It is already happening, and it must be scaled up. Ladies and gentlemen, Beijing Plus 30 is not an anniversary to commemorate. It is a call to act. If we are bold, if we bridge opportunities across regions and generations, we can indeed transform leadership and democracy. Let us commit to dismantling systemic barriers, to redistributing power, to protecting women defenders, to investing in women's leadership, and to forging South-South solidarity as a political necessity. Equal rights are not partisan issues. They are global imperatives, and they're the foundation for peace, prosperity, and progress. 80 years ago, the United Nations Charter enshrined equal rights of men and women. 30 years ago, Beijing declared women's rights as human rights. Today, from this bold platform, we must go further. Democracy itself will not be renewed. Its peace will not be sustained, and the future will not be just unless women lead, unless women reshape, unless women transform. The next generation of leaders is not asking for permission to enter politics or the political space. They are already reimagining that space. They are building that space, and they are reclaiming that space. So let us walk together with you boldly, unapologetically, and together. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Ms. Double. That was incredibly centering. The critical issues that you mentioned, the interconnectedness of the issues, development not being just about reforms, not us integrating into the different processes, but transforming the systems in which we are operating as the global majority. Thank you